Keir Starmer's government. Open borders, an economy in free fall, a weak Prime Minister, mild scandal, no plan for Britain. Britain deserves better. A leader with backbone, with conviction. A team ready to get Britain back on track. Stronger economy, stronger borders. The only party who can deliver that are the Conservatives.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Priti Patel.
Good morning, Conference. October the 7th, a date we will forever remember and acknowledge as a tragic day. It's 2 years since that appalling terrorist massacre in Israel, when the only Jewish state in the world witnessed the deadliest terror attack in its history and the worst program against the Jewish people since the Second World War. We mourn the 1,200 souls who had their lives snatched away on that dreadful day. We hold firmly in our hearts and thoughts their families and the loved ones of those who are still being held hostage. The Conservative Party will always stand shoulder to shoulder with the State of Israel on this day of sorrow, and we pray for the release of the hostages. Conference, I invite you to all join me for a minute's silence to remember the victims of October the 7th. Thank you, Conference. Conservatives will always help to protect Israel from the existential threats it faces from all sides. And together, I hope we can build a better and safer future for the whole region. Free from terror, living in peace. Thank you all.
This year, I've been fighting Labour to restore border control.
Will she now at last accept we need a removals deterrent so every single illegal immigrant arriving on these shores is immediately removed? Will she commit to that, yes or no?
So we're at the hotel here. You can see there's a lot of Just Eat bikes here, a lot of Deliveroo bikes. I'm a member of Parliament here in the UK. Would you like to learn a bit about what you're doing here and what's going on? How come you're living here in tents?
I'm on the English Channel, probably about 7 or 8 miles off Calais, and behind me you can see a French warship, and just next to it is a dinghy full of illegal immigrants.
I would like to get back 60 life jackets.
It's absolutely outrageous that Border Force are going into French water, right next to a French warship, picking up illegal immigrants and ferrying them to the UK. So we've just arrived at the migrant camp. Life jackets in there? You've got some life jackets?
Yes, had a guy walk behind us with a rather large knife.
They're planning to cross the channel illegally. And I said to him, that's illegal. And he said, I don't care. I mean, he was completely up.
Well, right,
Okay, let's go. We've got to go.
A large group of illegal migrants being shepherded onto a public bus. French police, as you can see, are present. I don't see how she has the brass neck to claim she's got it under control.
Also this year, Kemi and I campaigned for a proper inquiry into the cover-up of the rape gang scandal.
Smearing campaigners standing up for rape victims as far right is completely unacceptable, and the Prime Minister should never have said that.
Someone's got to hold these authorities to account, and again it comes back to that statutory inquiry.
Because that's the only way.
It is. It's the only way. It's shocking.
Will the Home Secretary commission that national statutory public inquiry
Covering all 50 towns involved, not just 5. Some towns like Bradford have refused to cooperate with any inquiry at all.
Can the Deputy Prime Minister give the survivors and their families those assurances?
After months of pressure and just 2 days before a vote, we forced a government U-turn, and they didn't look very happy about it.
We will set up a national inquiry to that effect.
Now I think it's time for Keir Starmer to apologise for smearing people who call for this inquiry as far right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Shadow Home Secretary, Chris Philp.
Thank you, and good morning. I hope everybody's hangovers have begun to subside this morning. Now, I think this is my 25th conference, and it's also 10 years since I was first elected to Parliament. And you know what? You never forget that first election. I remember leaving the election count as the sun rose over Croydon. Somebody laughed there. Katie, that was you. The sun rose over Croydon, and I turned to my wife and I said, in your wildest dreams, did you ever imagine you'd be leaving a general election count with your husband having just been elected as a Member of Parliament? She turned to me and replied and said, in my wildest dreams, you don't feature. Now, the Home Office is a tough department, but I'll be honest, I did not expect to be on my second opposite number already. When Keir Starmer talks about a one-in, one-out policy, it turns out he didn't mean illegal immigrants, he meant Home Secretaries. And it's not just the Home Secretary. In the last reshuffle, the Prime Minister removed more ministers from the Home Office than he has illegal immigrants back to France. Now, let's start with a simple fact. Keir Starmer lied to get power. He lied to the Labour Party about what he believed in, he lied to the country about what he would do, and he lied to himself that he was up to the job. No wonder Labour spent their conference plotting to replace Keir Starmer, who believes nothing, with Andy Burnham, who apparently believes anything. Keir Starmer came to power and to office with no proper plan, no competent team and no principles. The result? The worst start for a newly elected government in decades. So we must learn not just the lessons of our defeat last year, but also the lessons of Labour's victory. We must never repeat Labour's mistakes, winning an election on a false prospectus and arriving in power with no plan. The last general election was incredibly tough for us. But I know this: Conservative values and Conservative principles are more important today than ever before. We have a Labour government taking us back to the 1970s. Inflation doubling, unemployment rising, taxes skyrocketing, successful people fleeing the country in droves, a real fiscal black hole opening up to swallow Rachel Reeves, rampant trade unions dictating policy, all led by a weak Prime Minister who's lost control of his government and who watches passively as they drift a million miles away from moderate Blairism. It's a cross between incompetence and old-school destructive socialism, and we Conservatives will fight it tooth and nail. And what does reform offer? They offer simple slogans with no substance, scribbled in a pub on the back of a fag packet. That will not fix our country. So we must show we have the right principles and the right plan. Because if we apply Conservative principles with courage and with conviction, I know our country will be strong, prosperous and safe again, and that our best days still lie ahead. And that's why I'm proud to be a Conservative. As a South London grammar school boy, I believe in opportunity. Having studied physics at university, I believe in practical solutions which actually work. And before Parliament, I set up and ran several businesses. Now, my first business, set up when I was 23, was a delivery company. I started off driving the delivery van myself and managing generally to avoid crashing it. A few years later, that company was listed on AIM. It was bought by a large competitor, which in turn is now part of Tesco. So I believe in hard work and free enterprise, and I literally know what it is to deliver. It's a shame no Labour cabinet minister, not even one, has ever set up a business. Although some do seem to have worked in the creative industries, mainly CV creation. Look, Rachel Reeves may not be a real banker, but she did work in customer complaints, which I imagine is coming in pretty handy right now. Now, let me start with Labour's clearest failure, which is on borders. Their weak gimmicks have not worked. First, they said they would smash the gangs. Well, that is laughable. Then they said the French would stop boats near the coast. That hasn't happened either. Next, they said they would send a handful of people back to France. Maybe one of them can have a turn at being French Prime Minister. But none of their gimmicks have worked. This year so far has been the worst in history for illegal immigrants crossing the Channel. And Channel migrants have committed some terrible crimes, including brutal rapes and the sexual assault of young children. Some have even then blamed that on their own culture. Labour has lost control of our borders, and they are not fit to govern. And Keir Starmer has been saying for decades that calling for border control is somehow racist. We have seen him smear campaigners as far-right for demanding the very inquiry into rape gangs he was finally forced into agreeing. His government even instructed lawyers to argue that the rights of illegal immigrants were more important than the rights of people in places like Epping. It's disgusting. Well, I'm here to say border control is not racist. Standing up for rape gang victims is not far right. And if Keir Starmer won't stand up for Britain, then this Conservative Party will. Now, this weekend saw a historic announcement that a Conservative government would leave the ECHR. Because we cannot any longer remain part of a system that prevents us from controlling our borders, no matter how noble its original aims. Those aims have been twisted over the years by judges here and in Strasbourg, so the ECHR now protects dangerous foreign criminals and illegal immigrants. This madness has to end. We must leave the ECHR. We must do it as soon as possible. And we will use the freedom provided by leaving to ban asylum and other claims for illegal immigrants. We will abolish the Immigration Tribunal, thereby getting rid of every single activist judge. We will stop vexatious judicial review, and we will end legal aid for immigration cases, so our money is no longer wasted on this. We will use visa sanctions to make sure countries take back their own nationals. We will set up a removals force to remove 150,000 people a year who have no right to be here, 750,000 over a parliament, and we will deport all illegal arrivals within a week and all foreign criminals back to their country of... That's our plan. Back to their country of origin, if safe and possible, or a third country like Rwanda, if not. So Labour's gimmicks are not working, and reform slogans, written on the back of a fag packet, collapse after a few minutes of cursory scrutiny. We are the only party with the courage to act and the diligence to do the detail. We will secure our country's borders. We will end illegal immigration. Now, let me turn to legal migration, and I'll start by being brutally honest. For many years now, legal migration has been far too high. High under successive governments, including the last one. It was a mistake. It should never have been allowed to happen. And under new leadership, we pledge it will never happen again. And here's another truth. Mass low-skilled migration is not good for our country. It puts pressure on housing. It puts pressure on hospitals and schools. And before the open borders left say anything, less than 3% of recent immigration has been for the NHS, doctors and nurses. It also undermines social cohesion. Over 1 million people speak little or no English. In one East London borough, a shocking 73% of children don't speak English as their first language. For some nationalities, workforce participation, especially for women, is pitifully low. And Afghan nationals, men, are 22 times more likely to be convicted of a sex offence. We can't carry on like this. A nation that is not united by common values and a common identity will fracture and break. As Abraham Lincoln said, a house divided cannot stand. And so it is with our society. A fractured society will lead to a broken country. And being British is not about colour, but it is about accepting and embodying our long-standing values as a nation. It is about loving this country and its history and believing in this United Kingdom. It means caring more about this country than about any other. That is what it means to be British. And here's another truth. We must be honest that mass low-skill migration is not good for our economy. Just 1 in 7, only 1 in 7, of recent arrivals from outside Europe came here primarily to work. And even those who did come here to work, around half ended up working for low wages. And people who work on low wages pay less in tax than they consume in services. So it is a myth, it's untrue, that mass low-skill immigration is good for the economy. It isn't. Perhaps one reason that productivity here has stagnated in recent decades is that businesses have relied on importing low-skilled workers instead of investing in technology and automation, as many other countries have. And one of the reasons why there are 9 million of our fellow citizens, adults, not working, is that businesses have hired low-skilled foreign workers instead. So rather than import low-skilled workers, let's get people here back into work and let's invest in technology. Now, of course, we welcome limited, high-skilled immigration in the tech sector, in the finance sector, for scientific research or for medicine. We should make it easy to come here and work in those high-skill, high-wage sectors. But let me say this, the days of mass low-skill migration have to end. And that is why we will ensure that those who have come already to work, but have then not worked, or have only worked on low wages, they must leave when their visa expires. And that is why only those who are making a contribution can stay here permanently. And those who are not citizens cannot expect to receive any benefits funded by taxpayers. And that is why we will set a binding annual cap on immigration voted each year by our sovereign parliament. And a Conservative government will set that cap at a low level to ensure that more people leave than arrive. And that means we will deliver sustained negative net migration. This is a common-sense plan, strong policies, properly worked through, real change, building a genuinely united society. That is the change we will deliver. And we have a common-sense plan for crime and policing too, supporting the fantastic Conservative police and crime commissioners we've elected. I can see some of them here. Stand up and have a round of applause. There we are. Fighting crime up and down the country. And while I'm saying thank you to our team, I should also thank Katie Lamb and our shadow ministerial team, and Matt Vickers and Alicia Cairns and Harriet Cross. Stand up. Go on, Katie. She's gone bright red. Now, nothing is more important than keeping our families safe. And this calls for zero tolerance on crime. But Labour seems more interested in what people say on social media than they are in catching burglars. It is time to end the madness of police showing up on someone's doorstep because they have offended someone online. The police should catch real criminals, not off-colour tweets. Policing non-criminal social media posts is a catastrophic waste of time, and it tramples on free speech. In government, we would end this nonsense and we will abolish non-crime hate incidents. So you can tweet away. Conference, there is no room in policing for politically correct posturing. Now, what I've got to tell you now will shock you. There is a so-called anti-racism commitment plan published by the College of Policing and the Police Chiefs Council that literally says policing should not be colourblind. Let me be clear, yes, it should. Treating racial groups differently, to engineer the same arrest rate, even if the offending rates are different, is immoral. It's plain wrong. People should stand equal before the law. It is that simple. Woke nonsense in policing has to end, and as Home Secretary, I will scrap that absurd document. Now, we left office last year with record ever police numbers, nearly 150,000, in fact 149,769 to be precise, on March the 31st, 2024, not that I was counting. Now, under Labour, these numbers are already going down, while shoplifting has surged 20% under Labour to a record level, and overall crime went up 7% in Labour's first year, reversing the declining trend under the last government, I might add. Real crimes are going uninvestigated. Weak on crime, weak on the causes of crime. That is Labour today. So we need to turn this round. We commit today to hiring 10,000 extra police officers at a cost of £800 million a year, funded by some of the Chancellor's savings announced on Monday. These 10,000 extra police officers will catch more criminals and they will protect our streets. That is our commitment. And we will use some of these extra officers to deliver surge hotspot policing in 2,000 high-crime neighbourhoods around the country. They will deliver 8 million hours of hotspot surge patrolling and prevent 35,000 crimes by doing so. Every area where there is a serious crime problem should have intensive hotspot patrolling all year round. That will deter crime and it will catch criminals. All of the evidence clearly shows that it works, as I saw with Katie in Brighton a year or so ago. Katie Bourne, the PCC for Sussex. So we will mandate... There, Katie gets a round of applause. Well done. And support for her Merrill campaign as well, I hope. So we will, there we are, popular in Sussex. So we will mandate this hotspot patrolling. Now, we will also take knives off our streets. As a London MP, I'm afraid to say I've seen firsthand the devastating effects of knife crime, including seeing the unimaginable grief of bereaved parents at their child's funeral. I'm never going to forget that as long as I live. Now, stop and search takes knives off our streets. It catches criminals. And when its use is measured not against the general population, but when its use is measured against the offending population, the use of stop and search is not racially disproportionate. Now, under Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, stop and searches dropped by 60%. And what do you think happened to knife crime? It went up by 86% under Sadiq Khan. People are losing their lives as a result of this piece of Labour woke ideology. It's insane that the smell of cannabis alone, or somebody wearing a menacing mask alone, does not generally allow, legally, a stop and search. Now, in my view, a single suspicion indicator should be enough. So, in our hotspot areas, we will allow routine stop and search without suspicion. Anyone can be searched. We will change the law to do this, and we will triple the use of stop and search. Lives will be saved, and knives will be taken off our streets. We have the courage to do that. Labour does not. Now, we will also continue to fight for the victims of rape gangs, where the sickening rape of young girls was covered up because the perpetrators were of mainly Pakistani origin. The government only agreed to a national inquiry, as you saw from that video, because they were forced to. And months later, that inquiry has still not been set up. Keir Starmer may think standing up for rape gang victims is a far-right bandwagon, but we think it's justice, and we're going to keep fighting until we get it. Now, we will also fight the scourge of terrorism. we stand here on the anniversary of the atrocity committed on October the 7th, 2023, a day that will live in infamy. And we saw it on the streets of this very city, just a few miles from where we now stand, at 9:31 last Thursday morning. But let me say this. We will never be intimidated by terror. We will stand with this country's Jewish community and fight with all our energy and all our resolve the ancient evil of anti-Semitism wherever it is found. And we must be honest, Islamist extremism is the clear majority of counter-terrorism caseloads. We must all stand up, all of us in society, to extremism wherever we see it, because standing by and saying nothing when encountering extremism is complicity. And those expressing extremism, or anti-Semitism, or racial or religious hatred of any kind, or support for terrorism, who are not British citizens, should be removed from this country, including those at the student marches today. And I would like to thank all the officers who responded so bravely to last Thursday's terrorist murder, and to all the officers up and down the country and to the security services who take risks to protect us every single day. So let us say this to them: thank you. Now let me finish by saying this. There is only one party that will stand up for working families and for business. Only one party that will stand up for pensioners, for farmers, for parents and for pupils. Only one party that will stand up for our military. Only one party that will stand up for law and order. Only one party with a proper plan to protect our borders. And only one party that will stand up for Britain and all its people. That party is the Conservative Party, and if we stand together, if we stick together, we will win together and deliver the change this country needs. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Shadow Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, Stuart Andrew.
Good morning, Conference. When I took on this job as Shadow Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, I did so in the knowledge that we have a huge challenge. Because even though we all in this hall have been treated by our National Health Service, and some of our families and friends' lives have been saved by our NHS, we all also have something else in common. As members of the Conservative family, we've all been accused of wanting to undermine the core principles of our National Health Service. So let me be very clear from the outset. The National Health Service will always be free at the point of use under the next Conservative government. And we'll strengthen it, harness it, and make it even better. Because I've seen what our health services in this country do every day for people. Before becoming a Member of Parliament, I worked in the hospice movement and saw the wonderful services that they provide to children and adults across the country. When families face the most challenging times in their lives, our hospice movement and our NHS is there to support them always. But let's look at what Labour and this Labour government has done in the last 14 months. Strikes, despite huge pay rises that Wes Streeting signed off on. Remember when he told us to get around the table? Well, perhaps he should listen to his own advice, because more strikes are threatened. And remember when they criticised NHS reorganisation plans? Well, they started their own reorganisation without any funding allocated to deliver it. Now, I'm not against reforming our NHS. Conference, the Conservatives always back good reforms. But we are a party that always makes sure we have the money to pay for it and the will to deliver it. Because our NHS staff need certainty, certainty to do the job that they love with stability and a clear direction from their government. But Conference, I also want to be constructive in opposition. Where government seeks to bring about meaningful and effective reform, we will not oppose for the sake of opposition. We will look at the detail, we will ask the difficult questions, and where we can agree, we will be constructive. Because at the end of the day, we want an NHS that works for the patient. It was in that spirit that in my first week in this job, I attended the cross-party talks on the future of social care. For too long, governments of both colours have failed to address the increasing demands on social care, which is putting strain on NHS budgets, local government budgets and the personal budgets of families across the country. We will engage in these talks in the spirit of seeking a genuine long-term solution. It's not going to be easy, but I believe it's the right thing to do, to sit down and talk and find areas where we can agree. My vision is simple: a health and care system where patients are in control, staff are valued, and innovation is harnessed to save lives and improve well-being. This isn't about ideology, it's about outcomes. Whether you are a patient waiting for surgery, a carer looking after a loved one, or a nurse working a night shift, what matters is not the politics, it's whether the system delivers. And I am ably assisted in this task with a fantastic shadow health and social care team who have real experience in these sectors. So thank you to Dr. Caroline Johnson, Dr. Luke Evans, Lord Kamal, Dr. Neil Shastri-Hurst and Greg Stafford. Thank you. Now, clearly, we as a party are embarking on a major policy renewal programme, and today, for what I think is the first time ever, you will be given the opportunity to vote on what you think should be the key priorities for the next Conservative government. To help in that task, I'm delighted to be joined by Lord Markham, CBE, who will be advocating that we need to use technology to build a truly 21st century National Health Service. By Dr. Kartik Karvi, who is a GP who will argue we need to get patients out of hospitals and into primary care. Former Olympic swimmer Sharon Davis, who will make the case for prevention being better than cure. And Dr. Robert Kilgore, who is the founder of the Social Care Foundation, who will argue for reform of our social care system. But before I call our first speaker, please scan the QR code that you will see on the screen so that you can download the app and you can take part in that vote. I will remind you about that as the pitches go on. So now, let's begin.
Thank you. So I believe I only have 2 minutes for my X Factor audition. So here goes. Please vote for me. Now, I truly believe that tech has the potential to really transform health in the same way that we've seen it happen in banking, retail, communications and social media. And the good news is actually we're already doing a lot of this already. My proudest achievement as a health minister was to start us on this journey. 33 million people now have the NHS app. A quarter of them, 8 million of them, use it every month to get their medical records, get test results, make appointments. But we can do so much more. It really can be the front door to the NHS. When you think about it, when you see a doctor, you're relying on their experience, the cases they've seen, to diagnose you. When you're using technology, you've got every instance, every case ever happened, that record to make the diagnosis, which is going to be right for you and your circumstances. It will give you a much more accurate diagnosis and transform the way we access healthcare. I went the other day to get a mole checked out. My wife had been nagging me for ages, and I was expecting to strip down and everything. The receptionist got out a phone, took a photo, emailed it off, and I got my AI-based scan and results back negative, thankfully, just like that. And that will just transform. It will transform the way we access health. And the good news is that we have the best data in the world to train AI, because AI is only as good as the data it rests in. And we've got 70 years of NHS data, GP appointments, hospitals, specialists, and you use that data to train the AI so it can read the cancer scans, it can read your x-rays, it can read your MRIs more accurately, quicker and cheaper. But it can do so much more as well. Technology can give us precision medicines, personalised cancer treatments which will train your own immune system to attack the cancer cells in your body. Our data puts the UK in a pole position to transform healthcare and be the world leader in health tech and innovation, and the Silicon Valley of health tech, to the benefit of UK patients, UK startups, the economy as a whole. Please vote for technology.
Thank you, Nick. I'm now delighted to ask Sharon Davies to come forward, former Olympics swimmer and, as we know, a passionate campaigner on physical activity, who will argue that prevention is better than cure.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's always really nice to stand next to one of those. I grew up standing next to one of those, so that's pretty good. Excuse the fact that I'm going to read off a script, because when they said 2 minutes, I thought I'll never be able to do 2 minutes if I waffle on without a script. So here we go. In 2022, over 1 billion people were living with obesity versus 390 million who were underweight. And this year, obesity now exceeds those underweight in all regions of the world. In the UK, 28.7% by our WHO figures are obese, and the most recent data telling us 64.5% of our population are now overweight. Without meaningful action, obesity rates and the associated economic costs are expected to continue to rise over the next decade. Nesta reported this year that £226 billion are lost per year to obesity, which is reducing the quality of our lives. £12.6 billion directly by the NHS, with a huge increase in type 2 diabetes, heart disease and cancer. And here's a fascinating little fact, because I love them. The average Japanese citizen consumes 200 calories per day less than the average American citizen. And the truth is we're going in the direction of America, not Japan. So what are those contributing factors? Well, of course, the change in food habits, food processing and easy access to food has influenced unhealthy weight gain. Policies related to agriculture, urban planning, education and marketing also play a significant role. The affordability and accessibility of healthy foods and opportunities for healthy exercise are often varied by income and region. Our jobs are more static, our phones are rarely off, and our exercise habits have changed, but not for the better. Now, it won't surprise any of you that I'm a huge advocate for prevention rather than cure. secure. It, of course, saves us money, but being physically active also boosts our energy levels, increases our feelings of confidence, and gives us pride in our commitment. The saying goes, a healthy mind is a healthy body, and that's proved without doubt the link between physical and mental well-being, and both are a huge challenge to society today. I know personally how much happier I feel when I haven't missed my regular training session, as I'm sure looking at all of you, you feel exactly the same. Local authorities are currently required to provide essential services, and proponents argue that sports and recreation should be included as a legal requirement rather than an optional service. You won't be surprised to know that I actually agree with that as well. Investing in leisure facilities is investing in our local community. Since COVID, we've lost over 400 swimming pools, a sport that I'm obviously passionate about because it can be done from cradle to grave and save lives. Though on the national curriculum, it's not Ofsted checked, and in areas of deprivation in particular, nearly half of all our children are now leaving school not being able to swim 25 metres. We need to support more not-for-profit organisations in sport, connect to clubs and encourage more school sport, creating lifelong fitness habits. It's the biggest reason I still do exercise today. It's a good habit, I'm addicted to it, and I'm addicted to those endorphins which make me feel happier. We need to build non-traditional ways, cheaper and more eco-friendly sports facilities, make planning permission easier and offer free sessions for children, the elderly, those unemployed and the disabled. Investing in physical fitness and programmes will improve mental and physical well-being, and it will save the National Health Service money. It will also create a happier and a healthier country, which is what we need.
Thank you very much, Sharon. I'm now delighted to invite Dr. Kartik Karvi, who is a recently qualified GP, who will argue that we need to get patients out of hospitals and into primary care.
So some of you may wonder, when it's 8 a.m. and you're struggling to get a GP appointment, what's so good about primary care? The answer is efficiency. GPs deliver 90% of NHS patient contacts on 10% of the NHS's budget. GPs also deliver care in the community, where patients live and work, and this leads to continuity, which we know improves outcomes. So why should we, as Conservatives, care about this? Well, GP practices work in ways that other parts of the NHS struggle to do so. GP practices are private businesses. They need to make a profit and remain attractive so patients don't choose other services. Productivity is incentivized. Success is rewarded. And unlike large NHS trusts with their rigid bureaucracies, GP practices are decentralized, which means they can innovate and adapt to meet patients' demands. So how can we help GP practices? Well, the Labour way would be more regulation and more mandates. The Conservative way must be more empowerment and freedom. Let's let GPs compete with hospitals to provide services. We already do this with things like joint injections, but let's extend it to things like cauterization, endoscopies and routine interventions. GPs will be able to provide this locally, faster and at a cheaper rate for the taxpayer. The NHS is free at the point of use, but it is not free at the point of misuse. Let's let GPs, within reason, set reasonable consequences for repeat, inappropriate, missed appointments. And lastly, using financial incentives and training, let's increase the role of GPs with special interests. This will help bring down hospital waiting times. Primary care is local, efficient and decentralized. With the right supports and freedoms, it can alleviate the pressures on the NHS. Thank you.
Just a reminder, we will be asking you to vote shortly, so if we can get the QR code up again, please do make sure that you scan on that, download that app, and we'll be ready for voting. Now, our last but not least is Dr. Robert Kilgore, who is the founder of the Social Care Foundation, who will be advocating for reforming social care.
Thank you, Stuart. Good morning. I'm very pleased to anchor this illustrious quartet. I hope you're all having a good conference. Now, I've been working in social care since I opened my first care home in Scotland in 1989. And yes, I did have a full head of hair at that time, and this is the kind of thing that happens if you are involved in social care. But social care is a real people business, and I've always enjoyed working in both this challenging but also rewarding sector. And during the COVID pandemic, I was so proud of all our frontline social care heroes, ordinary people doing truly extraordinary things every day. The vulnerable in our society and the amazing staff that care for them desperately need us to step up and help deliver meaningful social care reform, ideally cross-party. Millions of families are desperately trying to do their very best for their loved ones, and they urgently need our help and our support, including our ideas about how to make things better. The past is the past. We must learn from it, yes, but we must be brave and bold and move forward in a positive and constructive manner. It is a fact that you simply cannot fix the NHS without first fixing social care. They are two sides of the same coin. It's not rocket science, it's basic common sense. If social care collapses, what will happen to our NHS? We'll have more bed blocking, more cancelled operations, and longer NHS waiting lists. More conservative policy research is needed urgently in this area. We really must get on the front foot on social care reform. Together, let's make social care better. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Well, there you have it. You've got those 4 pictures brilliantly delivered. So now is the opportunity for you to vote. Please, if we can get the code up again, just make sure you scan that and then vote. And we will. I'm not sure you can vote for yourself.
What? Multiple times.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Look, whilst people are voting, I just wanted to. Oh, it's turning into chaos now.
Multiple votes.
Can't get the relay members, can you, these days?
Let's take a seat. I just thought, whilst people are voting, we've got a minute or two to vote. All of your pictures were really, really important. And I think the reality, whilst this is a bit of, this is good to do to see where people think, it's a combination of all of these things and much more, isn't it, that needs to be done.
I mean, actually, technology, I think, is brilliant for prevention. Again, having your own personalised, likelihood of having cancers, heart disease, and the advice on the sorts of things you should do around your diet that you were saying, so you can prevent that risk of heart disease. They absolutely go hand in hand.
Yeah. And in terms of, sorting out social care will also be a big...
Yeah, I mean, all of this needs to just be integrated with the GPs at the centre of it. We need to use technology. We need to prevent people from coming to see us. And when they do see us, we need appropriate social care. So I think it is all integrated, definitely.
And when people no longer have a clinical need to be in hospital, they must be out in the community, either at home with a home care package or in a care home. But if they stay in hospital, it's not only bad for them and their families, it's also hugely more expensive for the taxpayer than being, so it's a win-win, and it's something that we should definitely do.
Cool. Yeah. Well, from my perspective, it's both, isn't it? It's about improving the quality of everybody's lives, and it's about spending money so we have money available for all the other things that we need. And prevention is the way to do that. We have a happier, healthier public, who have a better quality of life, and it's cheaper for all of us.
Brilliant. Well, I feel like I'm sort of Simon Cowell now. Say the results are in, and we're going to announce them. There we go. So prevention is better than cure has got 38%. Bringing the NHS into the 21st century is 29%. Future of social care 18%, and primary care 15%. Really interesting snapshot. But as we said, Look, all of this and much more has to work in tandem. And that's why my shadow team and I are really wanting you to get involved in this policy renewal programme. We want to make sure that we do the right policies, answer the right questions, test the policies, and also think about how we're going to implement it, something this government clearly haven't thought of. Thank you for taking part, thank you for being here, and let's look forward to building a great set of policies for our NHS and social care. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Shadow Secretary of State for Energy, Security and Net Zero, Claire Coutinho.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. It is very exciting that I think it's the first time at Conservative Party conference that we have a gender-critical panel. But this may not surprise people because, as everyone will know, our leader, Kemi Badenoch, was one of the leading voices in this battle. And when everyone was telling her not to speak up, she could see that something wrong was happening in this space, and she did. And she did. But two of the other brilliant forces of nature that have been in this debate from the beginning are the amazing Marion Calder from For Women Scotland and Sharon Davies. And you will know them both. They have been so brave and they have won arguments. But what we're going to talk about today is where we are, what the Supreme Court ruling means, why the fight is not over, and what happens next. So if I could start with you, Marion, do you want to tell us about how you got interested in this area?
Wow. About 10 years ago, I started seeing some ideology kind of creeping in from primarily North America, and I thought, this seems to be a bit strange and hopefully it won't actually come here, but it unfortunately did. And I thought, well, someone is going to start talking about women's rights at some point, surely, because it was just focusing on other ideologies, but women weren't actually being mentioned in any of this. And so I was waiting for the adults to come into the room, and it appeared that myself and many other women, some of which are in this room, were the adults that had to come and step forward to actually start challenging and bringing women's rights forward, and also lesbian and gay and bisexual rights. So, so that's how about 10 years ago.
And at what point did you decide to sue the Scottish Government?
Probably from the beginning. I seem to have discovered a new hobby. It's an expensive one. They're not very good at settling their bills, by the way. We're still waiting for them to settle up since April. So, we've got another case coming on which we're challenging about prisons, and we will continue to fight until we actually restore our rights of women back into law in Scotland and wider, obviously, UK as well.
And Sharon, I think seeing you in that debate must have been so inspiring for so many people, because you are obviously an athlete, an Olympian, a writer, a celebrity, and for people who spoke up, there was so much to lose. There was so much to lose. So what drove you and what gave you the courage to do that?
So for me, I was competing during the East German era, you know, which was allowed to happen for 20 years. And these poor young East Germans were filled full of testosterone so that they could win medals for their country. And there was no thought to what that would do to them. But there was also no thought to the women that was losing out. And this was allowed to go on for 20 years. And, you know, although I managed to win a silver medal, I had friends that were fourth behind 3 East Germans whose whole lives would have been different if they'd won the medals they should have done. And I have a daughter who does track and field, and now I have a granddaughter as well. And I just thought, I cannot stand by and watch another generation of young girls have things stolen away from them that they deserve to have. In the world of sport, women get 5% of the sponsorship dollar. 95% of the money in sport goes to men. And then we were told, you know, 10 years ago, we were no longer allowed to have a level playing field and fair sport. And I thought, I'm lucky enough to have paid most of my bills, not all of my mortgage, like most of us. But I just cannot stand by and watch this happen again. And yeah, it was a big hit. You know, life is still really difficult. Cancel culture is extremely real. But I felt that women deserve to have their fair sport. And what I wanted to do was to bring the debate out. And we couldn't. In the early days, we literally could not even get the debate. We couldn't get the science and the facts. We weren't even allowed to tell the truth. It's still difficult today. But it's a lot better than it was, and we are gradually, you know, winning the battle in sport. But then we have, you know, Lisa Nandy last week turn around and say, oh, well, some sports. Well, any sport that could have been co-ed was already co-ed. So any sport that was fair to have men and women in together already had it, and that was predominantly equestrian. So there is no level playing field if you allow any biological male into a women's sport whatsoever. And what we've found... And what we found very dishearteningly as well, you know, it's been allowed to happen for a long time, but in sports like cycling and darts, billiard, pool, where there's money to be had, that's where we've seen the most. So those women, a tiny percentage of the money that's involved in those sports weren't even allowed to have that. And, you know, and it's just not fair, you know, so inclusion must be there. And I heard this gentleman down here, and please, you're very welcome to stand up, all right? I have no problem with inclusion. However, no trans athlete has ever been excluded from sport. They've just been asked to compete where it's fair. That is it. But we cannot remove the biological advantages. There's not a single piece of peer-reviewed science in the world that says that we can remove the biological advantage. So why do you think women aren't entitled to fair sport? Could you just tell me, though, why do you think women aren't entitled to fair sport? Okay. But then we can't have fair sport if we have males, people that are biologically male in their sport. So you're taking away fair sport for women. And I will never, ever let that happen.
So could I ask, because one of the things that I think has been so dispiriting about this debate is that when women tried to gather, when women tried to talk, there was obviously a group of people who decided that should not be allowed and that should be disrupted. And one of the key reasons why I'm a Conservative is because we believe in free speech. So we can disagree, but we also make space for people who want to share opinions. And I just want to ask these wonderful women, what happened to you at the beginning? Because when you were starting to raise concerns, Sharon, you had science on your side. You had facts, you had figures. You should go and look, I mean, I'm sure many of you already have, but you go and look at the reams of data that Sharon has. How did it feel when you were just trying to put forward some of that science to be shut down?
It just felt so unbelievably difficult, you know, in a world where women have such small opportunities in the world of sport anyway, that we weren't even allowed to present the facts or the science. And I do believe in inclusion. You know, you heard my speech earlier. Sorry, you've got me twice in a row. But, you know, I really believe in fitness and health and trying to help people. I know that the way to mental health is through physical health. And I will fight for anyone's opportunity to be involved in sport and physical activity and competition if that's what they want. But I just believe that women's rights are worth fighting for. I remember my mum, you know, telling me that her first mortgage, she wasn't allowed to be on the mortgage application, right? And how hard her generation and the previous generation worked to get those rights. and we're just throwing them away at the moment without there being any real basis for it.
Mm-hmm. And Marion, because one of the things that we saw is when the Supreme Court made its ruling at the beginning of the year, there was huge celebrations. There were huge celebrations. People felt like the battle had been won. They were very clear that Sex and the Equality Act meant biological sex, and that was welcomed by people. But I think one of the things that we've seen since then is our institutions have obviously had a bit of a different reaction. So can you tell me a bit about what you've seen?
Well, in short, it seems we have a problem with our institutions, especially our unions, that are refusing to move. They're waiting for clarity. We had clarity. We had it in April. The law is on our side. But for some unknown reason, they just want to kind of circumvent the law. This is also known as breaking the law. So the fight continues on. I mean, like I said, I have my new hobby with the Scottish Government and other organisations, and they keep wondering who funds us. And I'm going, it's you, Scottish Government, because we keep winning the cases. So, yes, we do have a problem with the institutions, the unions. They are starting to come around. They've realised now that they cannot continue like this. And now, because of the ruling in April, women have actually now they realise they have the power. And they know that they can come to organisations like ourselves who can help them with getting in contact with lawyers, how to actually handle conversations with the unions. So it will happen, it's just not happening fast enough.
And I guess a question for you, because what I've seen in my job in the equality space and the women that I met with is, you take the case of Jennifer Melly. She was a nurse. She had a patient who was a convicted paedophile, that she had a medical conversation with a doctor, and she said he in that conversation because she was talking about medical needs. Now, the patient got very upset and had a racist tirade at her. She was a black Christian woman, had a racist tirade at her. And then she was suspended from her job. She's still not been allowed to return to that job. 18 months later, she's been penalised. This question of the racist abuse that she faced has not been addressed. So my worry with the Equality Act generally is it's created this hierarchy of diversity, and the needs of that transgender patient was decided to be much more important than her needs, and she was cast aside, and it was the unions. It was the unions who refused to stand up for her. So this is clearly a problem that we've got, in that people have decided that one side of the equality debate is on the right side of the angels and the other side doesn't matter. So how do we take on that activism, and how do we get more fairness back into our institutions?
Spot on, Claire. I think we have to understand that women have been beaten over the head with the Be Kind banner way too long. You know, no one is being kind to women. We're just supposed to sacrifice the things that matter to us, and that's not fair. And the other thing is we need people with a backbone to stand up. You know, I can speak from sport, obviously, with great knowledge. We had a lot of DEI officers that sat on boards in sport, and everyone sat there frightened to challenge them. Yeah. And they knew that what they were doing was wrong. They knew it was unfair, and I would have people come up to me every single day in the sporting world and tell me that they were on my side and it was right. But could I get them to speak out? And so we've got to grow a backbone in those boardrooms where people stand up for women's rights, women's equality, and women's opportunities.
Can I just jump in there? It's several years ago, there was an organisation called Stonewall, and they had this campaign called #NoDebate. That is over now. We are actually, we're having a conversation with you, sir, in the front row. But however, do you mean, no, that's not one-sided debate. Women are actually talking now, and we're not going to be put up by one person, one man, actually interrupting. This happened at Scottish Government, outside Parliament. Just 2 weeks ago, we had a meeting outside Parliament with women and men that were speaking. One man with a megaphone and a sound system drowned out hundreds of individuals. I will not allow one man to drown out women that are on this panel now.
And I think the reason that it's important to do this panel and do it in this way is because it's a recognition. It's a recognition that for a long time there was no debate. People were silenced.
For years. Absolutely. I mean, it's fought over 5 years. We weren't even allowed to present the facts.
And I think this is the difference between Kemi and some of the other leaders that we had, is when people were being silenced, when people were being cancelled, she actually did speak up and she was on their side. And this is why we wanted to give this moment to you guys, and we wanted to do this panel, to your point, is because for too long, nobody would have done this panel. And if people had tried to do this panel, it would have been shut down. So it is important to have this moment.
Kemi was amazing, actually. When I was trying to get a voice, you know, for sportswomen, Kemi was incredible, and she was on the verge of trying to clarify the Equality Act right before the election was called, and she was working incredibly hard behind the scenes. And we were being marginalised by a lot of people that saying it was a fringe matter. It's not a fringe matter because it affects 51% of the population. That is not fringe.
And who did you go and try and speak to? What was it like trying to knock on those doors and not get any sort of public support?
It was just really difficult. I mean, you know, one of the most difficult people to deal with is the IOC. You know, the IOC weren't prepared to support, you know, women when the East German era was going on. That was allowed to go on for 20 years, and it didn't matter to them that women were getting injured and women were getting, you know, were being full of these drugs. I mean, many of those East German girls have lost their lives.
Yeah.
That's way worse than losing a medal, and they did nothing to protect them. So I had absolutely no faith in the IOC, unfortunately, but I think things are beginning to change now. You know, we must find space for everybody. We absolutely must find space for everybody, but it must not be at the detriment of women's opportunities.
And if you just take a step back, so I talked about earlier this hierarchy of diversity where people have decided in the Equality Act that it only protects some people or only protects people in certain ways. The thing that the Equality Act is meant to do is give everyone an equal footing. And obviously the position that we're in now, you can see whether it's this issue, you can see it on race, you can see it in various areas. Lots of people have interpreted it to mean it protects some people, not everybody. So now we've got the ruling in place and we can see that institutions are ignoring it. Do you think we need wider reform of the Act? How do you think we get back to that sense where we are all judged on our character, not on our characteristics?
Gosh, that's a big question, isn't it? I thought it was going to be an easy one. You're absolutely correct in how organisations, large organisations, NHS, unions, everyone have interpreted this, and women were completely shut out. And the Equality Act was supposed to cover every single person. I mean, that's why we have sex. We all have one, so that everyone is actually covered in it. But I think to go back to it's kind of the EDI, DEI organisations that we've now got in every single institution or work, and these teams are growing, and they seem to be so narrowly focused on a few of the protected characteristics. One of which barely you never hear about is disability. You know, so but they'll only talk about very narrow focus, and so something has to be done about these teams. I mean, they're actually very destructive to the organisations. They're not helpful. They actually bring in conflict into the workplace rather than actually reducing the workplace. So these needs, it's going to take time to weed this out of all of orgs, but it has to happen.
Absolutely. I think I'm going to be a little bit more general and say that over the last 10, 15, 20 years, we've lost truth, you know, in so many spaces, and I would just love to see truth and facts and science come back. We cannot base policy on feelings. We have to base policy on statistics and facts that work for the majority of people, and we're not doing that at the moment.
And so I think when I first came across this area, I was taken through the Free Speech Act, which is protecting free speech in our universities at the moment. And my worry is that the younger generation are being taught not how to think, but what to think. So how do you tackle that in schools, and how do you get back to that sense of what we want to give to you is critical thinking, not what to think?
Gosh, critical thinking is a tough one, isn't it? Because that's what you seem to have knocked out of our young people. you know, that ability to question and debate. And I think that closing down of debate was a huge problem with that. You know, I mean, we've only got to look at the, you know, what's been going on recently at the Oxford Debate Society and things. You know, these people should be able to debate. If they've got a strong argument, debate respectfully and use facts to back it up rather than closing the argument down. And as you mentioned earlier, you know, Stonewall were in particular misrepresenting the Equality Act to most sporting organisations. And they didn't even have, there was no comeback. So there was no sense of responsibility for the people that are misrepresenting the laws. And that is something that also has to happen. Responsibility, that's gone out the window.
Mm-hmm. And I wanted to also ask you guys, so we've obviously got an enthusiastic and engaged audience, which is wonderful to see. What are you going to be doing next? Because there's so much to still take on. We've talked a bit about what's happening in our institutions. I know, Sharon, you've got a huge amount of stuff still to do in sport. So what next? How can they follow you guys and watch the fight continue?
Well, we all work with each other. We all try very hard to back each other up because it's been a lonely world and it's been quite a difficult world. So we do try to support each other quite a lot. Just, you know, be more vocal if you can. Don't support silently because that's been the problem. When I did a poll on, and I know it's only X, but when I did a poll on X over 24 hours, 64,000 people responded. That's a lot of people in 24 hours. 97% said they said women should have fair sport. So the general public do believe in fairness, but unfortunately they're staying a bit too quiet. So just speak up would make a big difference.
I can see various people in this audience who I know have been speaking up, so I'm sure they will heed that call. Marion, what about you? Where will you be next?
Oh my goodness, back in court again, no doubt, shortly. I sometimes wonder if I have to claim asylum in England. Yeah. Will I be allowed back over the border this evening? Nicola Sturgeon might be standing there with her book ready to thump it on my head.
Well, we'd love to keep you if you want.
No, we will just keep campaigning it in Scotland, but with our wider UK colleagues across the whole of the UK. As Sharon stated, there are lots of different groups that are setting up now and have been over the past few years, so we do engage. But again, just what you're saying, it is the public that need to actually start engaging. Just have a conversation with one person every day, whether it's a colleague, a neighbour, a family, going taxi driver. There is not a single taxi driver in Edinburgh that's not had their ear nipped by me. You know, and just actually say, did you see this in the news today? I mean, what do you think of this? And taxi drivers see it all. So yeah, just have that one conversation. Just be a wee bit braver.
Yeah, and maybe, you know, try not to teach our young girls that they're second class. Because I think so many of them are being taught that they're supposed to be passive and everything they do is supposed to come behind somebody else. You know, our girls are just as entitled to opportunities and success as our young men are.
And I think that was I think one of the most damaging things in terms of the debate. When you had women who were raising concerns, whether it was in you know, rape centres, whether it was in prisons, whether it was in changing rooms, so often they were told they were the problem.
Yeah.
And actually their worries were not as important as the worries of someone else.
What happens
that
is
reinforces
women
something in society. Yeah.
You know, so rather than cause a fuss, they stop going. They stop going to their swim classes or their yoga classes or, you know, their private sessions. Whatever it is, they stop going into the change rooms or wherever it is. I mean, I had two lovely older ladies that for years have been going to a women-only swimming class, and one lady caught a bus every morning, and then after she met her friend, did her class, then went for a coffee, put the worlds to right, went home again. And it was a big thing every single week, and it was the only thing she really did. And they had this gentleman that was decided that he was going to change in the changing room, and they tried to change under their towels. They got so uncomfortable, and they just stopped eventually because nobody would support them. And it just breaks little stories like that. Another story was an 11-year-old girl came home from school, said to her mum, today, because there was one young boy that was identifying as a girl, the headmaster decided to run mixed races all day, and not one single little girl had won a race on sports day. And so what message are we giving our little girls? We're telling them they're not worthy, you know, and that's wrong. It's just so wrong.
Yeah. And I think, you know, that's the thing we saw again and again. People were labelled, they were cancelled, they were smeared, they were hounded out of jobs. And that's why I know this party will always stand against it. Because you might have a different opinion, great. But what we will never do is shut down people's opinions. Well, the last question that I want, the last question I want to ask both of you, because I think it is one of the most relevant ones at the moment, is what would you say to the Labour government? Because we have seen some very worrying signs over the last few months of backsliding. So are you speaking to them? What would you say to them? What message do you think they need to hear?
Yeah, we continue to speak to all parties. I am a bit concerned that they're taking their time without actually issuing clear guidance off the back of our April 16th ruling at the Supreme Court. I wish they show a bit more bravery and leadership on this, so that you kind of large organisations, like I said, the NHS, our armed forces, all other things that have all captured by these policies, can actually know what they're doing. They just need steering. I mean, that's where the EHRC come in, but it doesn't matter. It came law. It was always a law that females and males deserve their own spaces. So they do need to step up, but I'm glad to see that Kemi has.
Well, if you want to bring your lawsuits down this side of the border, I'm sure they'll be welcome.
But for a penny, in for a pound.
I think particularly in sport, just listen to the general public, you know, and listen to the science. You know, there is a place in sport for everybody, but the first priority must be safety. That must come first before absolutely anything else, particularly in contact sports. And then it must be fairness, and then we must work on ways to have inclusion.
Fantastic. Brilliant. Well, thank you all so much for coming. It is wonderful to see so many of you here. It is wonderful to have both of you on stage. Legends, champions, heroes, thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
I had hoped that during the common stages of this bill, the government would listen to the vast number of respected voices from the education sector who have warned repeatedly that this ill-thought-through bill is nothing short of a disaster for education standards in this country.
We're fighting for conservative values, fighting for education standards, and fighting against education vandalism by Bridget Phillipson, who puts the interests of unions above the interests of children.
The accumulation of changes through the bill and elsewhere do seem to add up, firstly, to a significant shift towards policy to please unions.
The Secretary of State failed to listen to the Children's Commissioner, who warned that children will spend longer in failing schools because of this bill.
It really saddens me to make this contribution. There are three main aspects of the bill that are of particular concern to me. The proposal to make it compulsory for academies to teach the national curriculum, the harmonisation of teachers' pay across academies and the maintained schools, and the pathway for future failing schools.
Or Catherine Burble-Singh, who argued that if passed... Madam Deputy Speaker, this is how they treat one of the best head teachers in this country. There is no evidence whatsoever that their proposals will improve a single school. In fact, the evidence is clear that they will make things worse.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Shadow Secretary of State for Education, Laura Trott.
Conference, hello. It is an absolute honour to be addressing you as Shadow Education Secretary. It's a job I've always dreamed of doing. Well, Education Secretary would obviously be better, but I'm working on it. There are three people on my mind as I speak to you today. Three people who have shaped my thinking, whose stories I want to replicate up and down the country. The first is a girl called Celine, who I heard about from her head teacher. She lived in a dangerous council estate in Sheffield. The closest school to her home just wasn't delivering for children. It was unsafe, with dismal results and terrible behaviour, and it had been that way for years, as was the case with all the schools in the area. That is, until the arrival of the Free Schools programme, a Conservative policy pioneered by the formidable force of Michael Gove and Nick Gibb. Thanks to them, a brilliant head teacher called Dean Webster was able to establish Mercia School. When Mercia opened, Celine got her sliding doors moment, a chance to go to a different, better school. When she started at the new school, the head teacher, Dean, went to visit Celine in her flat. He told me about how, on his way there, he passed gangs on the corner, had to step over people passed out on drugs. It was a glimpse into the world that was waiting for Celine. But through a traditional academic education, a longer school day, and zero tolerance for bad behaviour, Mercia School passed Celine a lifeline. And I couldn't be more pleased to tell you that this summer, Celine got top A-level results and is now going on to study law at university. A brilliant school set her on a very different path. A school which didn't exist 15 years ago and never would have existed without the Conservatives in government. That is the difference that we can make. The second person whose story I would like to share today is a young boy I met in Ilford. I'll call him Mason, but that wasn't his real name. He had a horrendous home life and, for understandable reasons, was acting out terribly at school. He just wasn't coping. He was making life a misery and learning impossible, not just for him, but for the other 29 children in his class too. Enough was enough, and Mason was rightly removed from the mainstream and placed in alternative provision for children with behavioural problems. And that's where I met him. This specialist provision helped change his life. It was his version of intensive care, helping him to get back on his feet with the highly specialised support that he needed and so craved. There are too many that think it is compassionate to keep a child like Mason in mainstream school at the expense not just of his future, but that of his classmates' future too. So let me tell you what real compassion looks like. It's taking Mason out of a setting that was failing him, letting him get the extra support he clearly needed. That is what we need to fight for children like Mason. And the third person whose story I'd like to share is a teacher called Kat. I met Kat at a recent visit to her school in Trinity, a free school in a deprived area in Leeds where she is the principal. 61% of her pupils were disadvantaged. Over 70% don't have English as their first language. But Kat radiates passion about her school, her teachers and her students, and her energy is infectious. She was rightly so proud of the curriculum they have developed, the high standards of behaviour that they expect from every student, the results that they are seeing every day, which far outstrip anything previously achieved in the local area. Results, I might add, that they can only achieve because of the freedoms that come with being an academy. Freedoms that I refuse to let the Labour government just take away casually without any thought for the consequences. Celine, Mason and Kat. I'm in their service and the thousands like them. They are why I do this job. Unlike Bridget Phillipson, I will never come to work only thinking about the unions. Conference, we know that this party, the Conservative Party, is a true party of opportunity. We know it's not about where you come from, but where you're going. You shouldn't be defined by who your parents are or where you were born, but by your ideas and what you have to contribute. That is why the Conservative Party is a party of opportunity. We, the Conservatives, never succumb to the soft bigotry of low expectations because we believe that every child should have a chance in life. And reforming schools unleashes opportunity, plain and simple. But it's not enough just to believe in public service reform. The inconvenient reality, and other parties might want to take note, is you actually have to have a plan to deliver it to. And that is exactly what the Conservatives in government did. An Academies Act passed in 77 days. Hundreds of new free schools, thousands of new academies, a rigorous curriculum, high-quality technical education, tougher exams, better teaching standards, phonics, a stop to grade inflation, calculators and exams thrown out, millions more children in good and outstanding schools. That is what the Conservatives did in government. We reformed schools. And guess what? Standards, they went through the roof. Those schools have improved, not through words, but through strong accountability, academic rigour, rigorous inspection and freedoms. And crucially, all of that happens with teachers and not bureaucrats in control. Conference, under us, English children became the best at reading and maths in the Western world. This is an achievement that other countries marvel at. They look to us as an example of what they want to replicate in their schools, eager to learn how this was achieved. But, unbelievably, all of these reforms are under threat. Under threat from a Labour Party who believe in backing unions over backing children. A Labour Party that even booed one of Britain's best head teachers in the House of Commons simply because she runs a school which was opened by a Conservative government. The only consistent strand of this Labour government is that union demands come ahead of the interests of children of this country. It should be of no surprise to anyone that Bridget Phillipson is running for Deputy Leader of the Labour Party. As Education Secretary, she spent more time appeasing unions than standing up for children. From the outset, her loyalties were very clear. In the first few months, she held dozens of meetings with union leaders, allowing them to write her policies. And what was the result? A schools bill that nobody voted for, botched Ofsted reforms, a dumbing down of standards, and a misguided curriculum review. Every single time the Education Secretary has been confronted with a tough decision, she's capitulated to the left. This might help her with the deputy leadership election, but it doesn't help children at school. In all the chaos that is going on in the world, we have to just stop and realise the extent of damage that Labour are doing to school children. And that starts with unpicking our school reforms. There is no evidence that Labour's so-called reforms will improve a single school, not any. The sad fact is, we already have a live case study of why Labour's changes won't work. And it's a little over 40 miles away from this hall. Over the border, children in Labour-run Wales are being let down. They're untouched by the education revolution seen here in England. Unfortunately, Wales have seen plummeting standards and poorer outcomes. Just look at this graph. Instead of learning what not to do from Wales, the Education Secretary is inexplicably repeating the very same policies, the very same mistakes. And why? Because union bosses want her to. Trading policy for votes, and all to the detriment of children's education. Shame on the Labour Party. Shame on them for letting that waste of potential happen here. Labour are turning their backs on everything that we know improves schools. Everything that people in this hall have worked so hard for. Everything that Celine, Mason and Kat need. This is a quiet betrayal of all children, but it's the poorest who will be most affected. This is nothing less than education vandalism, and Conference, together with my brilliant shadow education team, Diana, Saqib, Rebecca and Jack, we will fight it every step of the way. Let me turn now to one of the key problems facing schools, behaviour. We must make sure that every child who goes to school is given the chance to learn from excellent head teachers and without fear for their safety. I went to a good comprehensive with some brilliant teachers to whom I'm extremely grateful. But I also saw the consequences of bad behaviour. I can tell you, being at a school where teachers are sometimes locked in cupboards, things are thrown in the classroom, and fights break out in the hallway does not make it easy to learn, or for teachers to teach. The truth is that children cannot learn if they're stuck in a chaotic environment where bad behaviour runs rife. You would think that this is obvious, but not, it seems, unfortunately, to the Labour Party. Sadiq Khan thinks that when you bring a knife into the classroom, you shouldn't be expelled. Andy Burnham, who's been a popular topic of conversation recently, called for the end to pupil referral units. So no more expulsions for the most disruptive pupils. That's mad. And north of the border in Scotland, the SNP have actively sought to keep disruptive pupils in mainstream schools, to the point where last year just a single pupil was permanently excluded over the whole academic year, across the whole of Scotland. Conference turning a blind eye to aggression, disruption or violence is not moral leadership, it's an abdication of responsibility. Pursuing inclusion at the expense of order is the opposite of compassion. It abandons that child who needs real specialist help, who's crying out for support. So, instead of this left-wing nonsense, we have a blueprint to improve discipline, building on the work of the last Conservative government. It starts with being honest about the need for permanent exclusions. We can't shy away from setting clear boundaries for excluding pupils when they've been extremely violent or are carrying a knife. This is not about giving up on those children. It's actually the opposite. Children must learn that actions have consequences. That's just how the world works. So, under the Conservatives, our policy is simple. One knife and you are out. If you assault a teacher, then you are out. If you sexually assault someone, then you are out. If you've been expelled from not just one, but 2 mainstream schools, then it's clear that mainstream classrooms just aren't for you. If children bring knives into the classroom, they shouldn't be there. If they are violent, then they shouldn't be there. And, under the Conservatives, they won't be there. But the important piece of the jigsaw here is that once children have been excluded, it is our duty to them and their future to give them the support that they need, moving them into specialist alternative provision where they stand a real chance of success. Staff in these settings work with extraordinary dedication to turn around the lives of children. I've seen this firsthand. When done well, it's a quality of education that can be tailored to their needs. I saw that with Mason. But we need more places like this. It's clear to me that there is not enough high-quality alternative provision, and as a result, disruptive pupils are being kept in mainstream education for far too long. Our blueprint will create more high-quality places in alternative provision, reducing disruption for the many who suffer from it, and delivering specialist support for the few who need it. And every local area should have specialist provision, partnering with football teams and sports clubs who are brilliant at engaging young people. Just yesterday, I visited Old Trafford and saw the amazing work that Manchester United Foundation are doing to do just that, providing young people with role models, mentors, routine and discipline. This should be everywhere. And girls should have separate provision from violent young men. And we should push standards up through every academy train, partnering with one. We should make alternative provision independent of local authorities. We should make sure that every provider is registered so that every setting is inspected by Ofsted, so there is proper accountability and rigour, especially in those settings for some of the most disadvantaged and challenged children. And we must ensure that those children, especially the most violent, are turning up to their alternative provision, so they're not slipping out of sight and into criminality. Because we believe that children should be in the classroom, not on the street. Fines should be issued automatically when they are not there, because these children need help, and we need to ensure that they get it, and they only get it if they turn up. If we do all this, we can show compassion for those who need it the most, not by some false inclusivity that damages everyone, but by challenging and actually fixing the behavioural issues. Now let me come on to another problem that is causing behavioural issues: smartphones. Time after time, teachers have told me that smartphones are one of the biggest causes of bad behaviour. The government's own research shows that they disrupt nearly half of GCSE classes every single day. Look abroad. In Portugal, schools that banned smartphones saw a huge drop in bullying. Australia, Norway, Finland, France, all tightening restrictions on smartphones. Meanwhile, Labour just ignore our call for action. The single biggest thing Labour could do right now to improve behaviour is to get smartphones out of the classroom. And yet the Prime Minister says a ban is unnecessary. Bridget Phillipson calls it a gimmick. And while they stick their heads in the sand, who suffers the most? It's the most disadvantaged. When I first started going into schools to talk to students about this, I didn't necessarily expect to be the most popular person. Taking away smartphones from teenagers is not something that you think will go down particularly well. Yet I have been overwhelmed by the response. The most frequent reaction from students after a ban has been put in place is one of pure relief. I will never forget the face of one boy who told me that it made him feel safe. Young people don't want this to be an issue that they are having to deal with. They want the adults to sort it out. So I'm speaking directly to Bridget Phillipson now. For goodness sake, just get on and do it. Now, the sad truth is this. We've had broken promise after broken promise from the Department for Education. You simply cannot trust Bridget Phillipson when she says that she's going to improve our schools. Conference, you all know about Labour's plans to become the only country in Europe to tax education. It was one of their core manifesto pledges and one of their most vindictive. Because the result of the attack on the independent sector is not more teachers in state schools, but fewer. 400 fewer to be precise. And we haven't got a better state school system from Labour's education tax. We've just got one with more crowding in the classrooms. Because independent schools are closing at a record rate. Pressure is being piled on the state sector in a way that teachers across the system warned about. The Prime Minister himself admitted money isn't going to state schools. Conference, and I promise you I'm not making this up, instead of using money to hire more teachers, as the manifesto said, the Prime Minister is using the money to house illegal migrants. Under the Conservatives, we will never tax education to make our state schools worse off. Conference, as I have laid out for you today, by blindly following trade union orthodoxy, Labour are taking us backwards. It took real courage and conviction for us to get those school reforms through 15 years ago. Headlines of the local papers at the time read, "Hands off our failing schools." Unions were allergic to the change, competition and accountability. Decades on, and now Labour's stated ambition in their so-called reforms is to create more consistency in the education system, not excellence. In practice, that means levelling down across the board. In recent decades, parents and children have voted with their feet. Bad schools closed, good schools thrived. That is the strength of choice. Those are Conservative principles in action. The Labour Schools Bill rips that apart, handing local authorities sweeping new powers, not only to block good schools from growing, but even to stop an outstanding school from keeping the same number of pupils. This is madness. It risks shattering life chances for some of our most deprived children. We know that turning failing schools into academies is the single most effective way of helping children. Yet Labour will keep children trapped in failing schools for longer, denying them the opportunity that they deserve. This will be Labour's record. This will be Bridget Phillipson's legacy, and that is why we must fight them all the way. Fight the education vandalism of Phillipson, who puts the interests of unions above British interests, above the interests of Celine, Mason and Kat. Teachers deserve better. The next generation deserves better. Our country deserves better. It is the Conservatives who have reformed education for the better before, and we will do so again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the mayoral candidate for Hampshire and the Isle of Wight and serving Police and Crime Commissioner, Donna Jones.
Good morning, Conference. I've had the privilege of being elected under the banner of the most successful political party in the world, the Conservative Party, not once, but 5 times. In 2008, I was elected to Portsmouth City Council following a successful career in banking. And just 6 years later, in my mid-30s, I was the first woman to become the leader of the City Council. But more importantly, I was the first Conservative leader for 25 years. Since 2021, I have been the Police and Crime Commissioner for Hampshire and the Isle of Wight. But in 7 months' time, I'm going to face the ballot box once more. This time, to be the first mayor for Hampshire and the Isle of Wight. One person with the power to unite our 2 counties, bringing real leadership and finally getting things done. We are a dynamic region, from the success of one of the largest ports in Europe to being home to the largest oil refinery in Great Britain. Forget the northern powerhouse, we're going to be the southern powerhouse. And yet we do need a single voice to speak for us, to champion investment and to fight our corner into government. So, I'll be an outward-looking mayor, one that backs business, rewards work, protects what we love and gives people a genuine say in how their communities are run. But prosperity means little if people can't get around easily. So I'll end the war on motorists, fixing our roads and making travel quicker. I'll introduce free parking in our town centres to help our high streets and small businesses. And I'm going to fine contractors for every day that roadworks overrun. And when it comes to the ferries for the Isle of Wight, I'll demand the government hands over the regulatory powers to ensure accountability over prices and performance. Conference, my message to the electorate next year is simple. Put your faith in leadership that you can trust. As Police and Crime Commissioner, I've listened and I've acted to what people have told me they wanted. In 2024, I brought back local bobbies, a named police officer for every community. A policy that was so successful, a year later, the Labour government copied it. Over the last 2 years, I have delivered on another promise, to open new police stations. Not 1, but 8 in total, and I've outlined plans to open another 2 next year. I've opened up front counters to give the public access to their police force again. But most importantly, my current role has meant I've worked closely alongside our Shadow Lord Chancellor. And that brings me to the person that I have the honour of introducing today, our Shadow Justice Secretary. He is a man who is not afraid to speak truth to power, someone who has exposed Labour's reckless plans for 2-tier justice, a system that would have meant the same crime could be punished differently depending on your background. That is wrong. And it is the Conservative, the true party of fairness and equality, who are standing up against it. Our Shadow Justice Secretary has shown leadership and principle, calling out Labour's soft approach on crime. He's challenged Transport for London over their failure to act decisively over train dodgers and fighting back against proposals that would have allowed prisoners to walk free without serving their time. He understands that justice must be fair, firm, but importantly, it must be impartial. He understands that the safety and confidence of our communities depend on it. So, Conference, it is my great pleasure to introduce someone who has never wavered in his defence of the rule of law, a champion for fairness, my friend and our Shadow Lord Chancellor, Robert Jenrick, MP.
Thank you. Well, hello, conference. And it is great to see you all today. Isn't Donna brilliant? Look, conference, we are going to get Donna elected as the first mayor of Hampshire and the Isle of Wight. Forget the King of the North. We're going to have a Queen of the South. And it's going to be Donna Jones. Now, I want to talk to you today about 4 famous blondes. 4 famous blondes who tell the story of the predicament that our party is in today and how we're going to get out of it. Because right now, it's true. It's tough being a Tory. 6 months ago, the Tory legend, Sir Michael Fabricant, went on the Big Brother house. He lasted 4 days. Last week, one of our party's most energetic campaigners, Emily Hewitson, entered the Big Brother house. She lasted 11 hours. She didn't even get to spend the night. And now, conference, I've heard that a 3rd Tory blonde is in negotiations to enter the Big Brother house. Liz Truss. But the negotiations have broken down, conference. She's asking to be paid by the minute. Too soon, perhaps. Too soon. Look, I'll come back to the blondes in a moment. But, conference, it's not all doom and gloom right now. Last month, I received some good news, courtesy, surprisingly, of Angela Rayner. Keir Starmer's emergency reshuffle, otherwise known as, remember, Phase 2. Anyone remember that? Well, I think Keir Starmer would like to forget it as well. Anyway, it led to a great privilege for me. I now shadow a new Justice Secretary, David Lammy. Now, David Lammy has a somewhat checkered past. You might recall his appearance on the BBC's Celebrity Mastermind. David Lammy, Celebrity Mastermind. You do not need to be a lawyer to know that that is a violation of the Trade Descriptions Act. He was asked, which famous blue cheese is paired with port? He replied, Red Leicester. It gets worse. It gets worse. Which Marie won the Nobel Prize for Physics? He replied instantly, Marie Antoinette. And my personal favourite, which monarch succeeded Henry VIII? His answer, Henry VII. I'm not sure Mastermind was the show for David. Perhaps he could try Pointless. He would work as both a contestant and an answer. But look, in all seriousness, it is great to be here in Manchester, in the proud, historic city of Manchester, a city that has given our country so much, but which has also suffered great tragedy. Most recently last week, when Heaton Park Synagogue was attacked. It was an attack on all of us. Thoughts and prayers, yes, absolutely. But I don't know about you, but I'm fed up with platitudes. We've had enough of those, haven't we? I believe in justice and action. Whilst other parties have waxed and waned, I am so proud that our party, the Conservative Party, has always stood with our Jewish community. And under Kemi's leadership, I know we always will. Because conference, a Britain where our British Jewish friends are afraid is not Britain, and we will never stand for it. Now, next year is the 30th anniversary of another devastating attack on Manchester. The IRA unleashed the biggest bomb to explode in England since the Second World War. In more recent times, long after the Troubles ended, IRA members used so-called human rights laws to sue the British government for compensation, while dragging our soldiers through the courts. To stop this injustice, the last Conservative government passed the Legacy Act. We took the side of our brave servicemen, the side of the victims, and above all, the side of the decent people of Britain. We refused to give in. That is something everyone in this room should be truly proud of. Now, I had a moral reason to back that bill, but I also had a personal one. Like most Saturdays, my nan and granddad, Ivy and Sid, were here. They're in Manchester city centre when the bomb went off. And we heard about it back home on the radio, and we had an anxious couple of hours whilst we waited until finally we heard that my grandparents had arrived home safely and weren't hurt. Fast forward to today, and elderly veterans who risked their lives to protect us from terrorists like those who bombed this city face spending their dying days being dragged through the courts. Why? Because Labour wants to repeal our Legacy Act. It is shameful. Let that sink in. The last generation's heroes betrayed by this generation's sellouts. It's not right. It's not justice. And conference, never on our watch. Now, we all knew that Keir Starmer would be a bad Prime Minister. But I don't think anyone anticipated he would be this bad. He's combined the management style of David Brent with the administrative grip of Blackadder's Baldrick. He's proven himself to be a freebie-grabbing, free speech stifling, criminal releasing, tax raising, farmer hating, Brexit betraying, aspiration sapping, sorry excuse for a leader. And conference, this is someone who makes a hole in the air look substantial. Peter Mandelson appeared trustworthy, and Mr. Bean looked like a model of competence and grip. But despite all this, and this might surprise you, I think we've got reason to be optimistic. And that's because, in ways that matter most profoundly, the fantasists, masquerading as experts, are seeing their myths busted. The people got it right, while they got it wrong. Wrong on mass migration, wrong on free speech, wrong on net zero, wrong on two-tier justice. Make no mistake, the old order, it's collapsing. For too long, the chattering classes drowned out the voice of the people. Our job, conference, is to make sure that the people's will prevails. But it won't be easy. It won't be easy. Because right now, the gap between the government and the governed is wider than ever before. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you one example of that great gulf. I present to you the Attorney General, Richard Hermer. Like one of those infamous mafia lawyers of yesteryear, Hermer always chose a particular type of client. Shamima Begum, Osama bin Laden's right-hand man, terrorists involved in 7/7. Since taking office, the advice we're told Lord Hermer has given to Starmer and his cronies, like to give away the Chagos Islands to an ally of China and to pay billions of pounds for the privilege. In each and every one of these incidents, he's wasted no time establishing himself as a useful idiot for our enemies. His rise symbolises the central truth of Keir Starmer's government. Labour is just not on Britain's side. Why on earth? Why on earth? Thank you. Why on earth would Britain's Attorney General change the law to enable our country's enemies to sue the very government that he represents? Well, it makes more sense when you realise that another of Lord Hermer's old clients was, you guessed it, Gerry Adams. Gerry Adams. Not long ago, a man with his past would have had no place in mainstream politics. Now he sits round the cabinet table and he influences the biggest decisions about our country. The same cabinet table that the IRA tried to blow up in 1991. Shame on him, and shame on the man who appointed him. Now, last week at Labour conference, Labour lined up to attack me for scrutinising judges, for mind-bogglingly absurd judgments, like the Albanian criminal who avoided deportation because his son didn't like the taste of chicken nuggets in Albania. Labour just don't get it. They don't get it. They really don't. Now, you might be wondering, what have I got in this box? Well, don't worry. I'm not about to do a Michael Fabricant tribute act. This is actually serious. For those of you at the back of the room who can't see, I have here a judge's wig. It's something we should all respect and revere. When a judge dons a wig, it signifies the transition from their everyday personality, their identity, to that of a legal arbiter. It's a visual representation of the judge's role as an unbiased mediator, focused solely, only, on upholding the law and delivering justice. An unbiased mediator. That is what a judge should be. And that is what the vast majority of judges in our legal system do. They wear the wig. They respect and revere it. And that is why, in turn, our legal system is respected and revered all around the world. But we've got a problem. Conference, we have a problem. It's one that Labour choose to ignore. Today, I've uncovered dozens of judges with links to Open Borders charities who take to social media to broadcast their Open Borders views, who spent their whole careers fighting to keep illegal migrants in this country. Some even continue to do so whilst astonishingly serving as judges. It's like finding out halfway through a football match that the ref is actually a season ticket holder for the other side. The public rightly ask, how independent are they? They dishonour generations of independent jurists who came before them, and they undermine the people's trust in the law itself. Judges who blur the line between adjudication and activism can have no place in our justice system. Which is why we won't just tinker with a broken system and reform immigration tribunals. We will abolish them, once and for all. And we won't stop there. We will restore the proper role of our judiciary, putting ultimate power back where it belongs, in the hands of Parliament and ministers, accountable to you, the people of our country. So I can announce today that we will restore the office of the Lord Chancellor to its former glory. We will reverse the constitutional vandalism of Tony Blair and New Labour. The Lord Chancellor will once again appoint the judges. No more quangos. And they will be instructed never to permit political activists of any political hue to don the wig ever again. They will also be responsible for issuing new sentencing guidelines. The two-tier sentencing council is not fit for purpose, so it must be abolished altogether. Never again will this country and our people face the prospect of two-tier justice under two-tier care. Every single person treated exactly the same. Not equity, equality. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the Conservative, no, that is the British way to do justice. Now, I know you are all wondering, who's the fourth blonde that I mentioned at the beginning? The one who will point the way to how we recover the fortunes of our party. Is it Margaret Thatcher? Not this time. Is it Boris Johnson? No. Lord Heseltine. Bear with me. As you can imagine, Michael Heseltine and I do not agree on everything. But he told me that when he was a young man in opposition back in the 1970s under Margaret Thatcher, he would wake up every morning and he'd ask his wife, how am I going to fight fight Labour today. And at the end of the day, he would lie in bed again and he would ask his wife, well, he obviously wasn't a very romantic man, tomorrow, how am I going to fight Labour? Now, I don't say that to my wife in bed. But I do think it. And that is what each and every one of us must do. Fight this failing Labour government. Fight for the future of our country. And when we fight, we win. Like forcing Sadiq Khan to go after those fare dodgers who blight the capital, stopping two-tier sentencing rules and guidelines, and ensuring there is equality before the law for everyone. And most importantly, led by Kemi, shaming the Labour government to ensure there is a full national inquiry into the rape gang scandal. Don't let anyone tell you that opposition is pointless. It matters. And right now, with this government, it matters more than ever. And conference, your support matters too. To the door knockers, the pavement pounders, the envelope stuffers, the tweeters, the TikTokers, the members, the councillors across the length and breadth of this country. Let me say to you, each day, in all kinds of ways, you are getting things done, far away from the wood-panelled corridors of Westminster. I say thank you. Thank you for everything that you are doing. You are making our country a better place. And please, though it may feel tough, don't ever forget what you are doing for all of us right now. Thank you. Now we all know that feeling when you've eaten too much and you simply think, enough. As those of you who've known me for a while will know, I used to feel that a lot more than I do today. But speaking to people out in the country, I think the British people are using that same word, enough. Enough of being overlooked. Enough of being treated like fools. They see it, don't they? When they watch freeloaders brazenly walk out of shops laden with goods they haven't paid for. They hear it when morons blast music in public places with utter disregard for others. And they feel it when they see the police ignore all these things. Yet, find time to knock on someone's door and scold them for a post on social media. Dismissed, derided, demeaned for so long. The British people are patient and they are tolerant, but only up to a point. They've had enough. Now, I've read countless stories about how talented young people are abandoning the UK. They're emigrating to Dubai or Singapore or Australia, and not just because of the weather. Conference, this is my message to you. We may be a little bit down, but our country is not out, because there is a better way. There is so much good in our country that's worth fighting for. We've got so much to cherish about who we are. Blue remembered hills seen from black country towns, big skies over the flat acres of Nottinghamshire, the best farmers, food and drink, beer in the world, from Aberdeen Angus steaks to Hawkstone lager, a love of pubs, our love of animals, the common law, jury trials, a royal family so admired that they make the most powerful man in the world go weak at the knees, a military that has defeated every force on the planet, the roar of the crowd at Twickenham as the Red Roses beat the Canadians, or Chris Woakes, arm in a sling, goes out to bat at the Oval, the quiet kindness of our hospice movement, the millions of volunteers whose helping hands and broad shoulders make our society strong, the spirit of builders, of makers, of doers, of givers. These are the reasons our hearts swell when we think of Britain. I see it, conference, and so do you. I see it when I travel around our country, even making the occasional video. I've developed a Michael Portillo-esque knowledge of Britain's motorway service stations. So if you're watching, hello to my friends at Greg's, at Peterborough North Services. You might see me later this week. But above all, as I've been visiting communities, I've asked a lot of questions. And I'm telling you, out there, the spirit is strong. I felt it when I went to Epping and stood with mums, local mums, sick of illegal migration and determined to keep their families safe. I felt it when I went out with tradesmen, gas fitters like my dad, sick of their livelihoods being wrecked when scumbags break into their vans and nick their tools and sell them in plain sight at a local car boot sale. I felt it when I talked to folk putting up flags, sick of their identity being sneered at. The collapse of the old order is in sight. A new one is coming because the British people are fighting back. And conference, there's absolutely nothing that Labour can do to stop them. The only choice we have is whether we have the spirit to fight with them. Are we going to quit when the going gets tough? No. Are we going to dig deep and fight like never before? Yes. How long will our battle last? As long as it takes. Because Britain, for all its present flaws, is too precious to lose. Let me not see our country's honour fade. Let us see our land retain her soul, her pride, her freedom. Conference, every tide turns. I can feel Britain's fortunes turning. So let's pick ourselves up. Let's dust ourselves down. Let's draw on Britain's greatness to make it greater still. Let's fight for a better future. Let's build this new order. Let's take our country back. Thank you, conference. Thank you.
catastrophic. But inflation has doubled. Food prices are soaring. Unemployment at its highest since the pandemic. Over 150,000 jobs lost. And Britain's debt climbing out of control. He promised to smash the gangs, but had no plan to achieve it. Small boat arrivals are at record highs. And now he wants illegal immigrants moved in next door. To you. Hit by a series of disastrous resignations and sackings. His transport secretary resigned for fraud. His anti-corruption minister forced out under corruption allegations. His homelessness minister quit after making her tenants homeless. Angela Rayner, gone. Caught evading tax. And Peter Mandelson sacked for his links to notorious paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. It's chaos. This is Keir Starmer's government. Open borders. An economy in free fall. A weak Prime Minister, violence camp. No plan for Britain. Britain deserves better. A leader with backbone, with conviction. A team ready to get Britain back on track. Stronger economy. Stronger borders. The only party who can deliver that are the Conservatives.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Shadow Secretary of State for Defence, James Cartledge.
There are few greater examples of our armed forces' unshakable commitment to the nation than the crews of our Royal Navy submarines. HMS Vanguard is one of those submarines, charged with delivering our continuous at-sea deterrent, which has been in place every hour of every day since 1969. In March, Vanguard's crew returned home following the Navy's longest ever patrol, 204 days at sea. That's nearly 7 months away from their families to keep all of us safe. I had the privilege of meeting Vanguard's crew on 3 separate occasions. Most recently, I bumped into them in their uniform outside a pub in Westminster. They had decamped there following afternoon tea in Downing Street, which they had rightly received as thanks for their extended deployment. Now, I thought they deserved a pint. After all, I wonder which felt longer, 204 days at sea or an afternoon with Keir Starmer. Prior to that, as a Defence Minister, I sailed with Vanguard for her Trident test firing, and witnessed firsthand the extraordinary skill and professionalism of her crew. But it was the first time I met Vanguard's crew visiting their base in Scotland that left the greatest impression. Now, recruitment and retention is our single biggest challenge, not just for submariners, but for the whole armed forces. So I asked the crew, if there was one thing that the government could do to improve retention, what would that be? One of the officers replied, "We just want to know that the country's got our back." Conference, that crew goes to sea with a cargo so lethal it is beyond imagination, an extraordinary burden of responsibility. But like every single person who serves, what they need to know is that Britain is behind them. So I am determined to show unequivocally that we, the Conservative Party, have and will always have the back of all who serve our country. That means focusing not just on our serving personnel, but on their families too. That's why the first shadow defence policy I announced in June was the creation of an Armed Forces Housing Association. I believe that would be the best way to rebuild service family homes to the standard we all want to see, but which was only made possible by the decision I took in government to buy back the defence estate. Why does this matter? Recruitment and retention is no longer just a policy challenge. It is existential given the threats we face. In 2022, the world changed. The era of the peace dividend was shattered as Putin's tanks rolled into Ukraine. Now, Conference, there are those who claim that Nigel Farage's party are the true Conservatives. But let us remind ourselves what happened when Putin launched his all-out invasion. On that day, what did Farage do? Whose side was he on as our continent was suddenly threatened with war for the first time since 1945? That day, he chose to blame NATO for provoking Putin. What did we do that day? Instead of blaming our closest allies, we took real action to defend freedom by arming the Ukrainians at lightning speed with NLAW anti-tank weapons, 500,000 artillery shells, the first government to provide main battle tanks and Storm Shadow missiles, and by training 50,000 Ukrainian soldiers. This is what it means to be a true Conservative, standing up to Putin, just like Churchill did to Hitler, Thatcher to Galtieri, and in this party, we will always stand up for freedom and be prepared to defend it. But while we should all be incredibly proud of our efforts to help Ukraine avoid an early collapse, the war rages on, and the threats to our own nation are only growing. Royal Navy ships attacked by the Houthis in the Red Sea, Russian spy vessels threatening our critical national infrastructure, and now Russian drones and jets violating NATO airspace. Putin is deliberately testing our resolve, and in response, we must stand strong with our NATO allies and be prepared to take all necessary action to defend ourselves. On the home front, this demands a total focus across government on rearmament and war readiness, because the best way to avoid war is to deter it from happening in the first place. And that's why the huge gulf between Labour's rhetoric and reality on defence is so alarming. For all Starmer's claims on defence, Labour have simply not shown the urgency the threat requires. The threat we face is now, but Labour's defence promises deliver at best in a decade. Labour's big headline from their Strategic Defence Review was to procure up to 12 attack submarines by the 2040s. Now that's a key phrase, up to 12 submarines. Conference, I could promise to buy up to 12 Ferraris. But it won't happen if I haven't got the money. And like my Ferraris, those submarines are a fantasy, because the money to pay for them doesn't exist. Strong defence needs a strong economy. Instead, we have Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer unable to cut welfare and deliver the cash that defence needs. As a result, they've had to resort to smoke and mirrors to make defence spending look bigger than it really is. Because if Labour get their way, defence spending could soon be redefined to include rural broadband, the Lower Thames Crossing, and civil scientific research vessels. Conference, I kid you not, in future, UK defence spending could include Boaty McBoatface. In the meantime, with no real extra money for defence, procurement is effectively frozen. Our brilliant British defence businesses have provided some of the very best drones and counter-drone technology used on the front line by Ukraine. But almost none of this kit has been made available to our own army. In their first financial year, Labour confirmed to me they only bought 3 new drones for the British Armed Forces. Not 3,000 or even 300, just 3 drones. Conference, with all our experience supporting Ukraine, the UK could be leading the drone revolution. Instead, Labour's penny pinching is starving our defence industry of cash and stifling our fighting capability. But there is one exception where Labour have allowed the MOD to urgently commit taxpayers' money. £35 billion on their crazy Chagos deal to lease back British territory that we currently own freehold. At the same time, surrendering sovereignty over Diego Garcia, only one of our most important military bases. Now, when Labour announced their Chagos deal in Parliament, they said those who opposed them were siding with Russia, China and Iran. Well, Conference, opposing Labour's Chagos deal does not make us traitors. It makes us patriots. Now, I'm sure we can all think of better ways to spend £35 billion of public money than on tax cuts for the people of Mauritius. For me, it's pretty straightforward. We should scrap Labour's Chagos deal and spend every penny on the British Armed Forces. But when it comes to investing in our military, whilst drones and technology are vital, the most important capability of all is still our people, those who serve today, but also those who served in the past, especially in Northern Ireland. Because of our Legacy Act, those brave veterans who protected all of us from terrorism could sleep soundly in their beds, safe from the fear of a knock on the door in the middle of the night. So what madness is it that at a time of war in Europe, this government should be reopening the floodgates of vexatious claims against those who served this country to keep us safe? Ladies and gentlemen, our veterans defended us, and now it's our turn to defend them. So can I ask you to join me in welcoming on stage 2 of the staunchest defenders of veterans of the British Army, former soldier and spokesman for the Northern Ireland Veterans Movement, Paul Young, and my fellow Shadow Defence Minister, Mark Francois. Thank you, everybody. And Paul, can I begin by saying what a privilege it is to have you with us. And on behalf of our party, can I thank you and all of our veterans from Northern Ireland.
Thank you. It's very kind of you.
Now, Paul, tell us about your service.
Yeah, I first went to Belfast in 1971 and winter of 72, 71, 72. And as a young 21-year-old, I went to what I could only describe as pretty much hell. It was a horrible place. I still look at it in monochrome, in black and white. That's how I see it. You had attacks all the time, night, day. It was relentless. Just to give you a little figure, from 1971, there were 44 soldiers murdered in Northern Ireland by the IRA. There were 1,064 shootings and as many bombings going on by the IRA. In 1972, there were 10,661 shootings and over 5,000 bombings. And that's of villages and towns throughout the province. Can you imagine that? I mean, seriously, can you all imagine that? We've had incidents here in the UK, one or two, terrible though they are. But you imagine life where you've got that many every day.
And Paul, having had that service, is that why you joined the veterans movement and been such a key player in it?
Yes, well, I did many tours there. But what really did it for me was Dennis Hutchins. Dennis Hutchins was a regimental corporal major in the Life Guard, senior NCO in the most senior regiment of the British Army. And he was a colleague, and he was there about the same time I was. And I was so incensed by what they were doing. I had to get involved, and I eventually become a national spokesman.
And Mark, obviously you've campaigned on this with vigour. Can you tell us, first of all, what did our Legacy Act do that we passed in government? And secondly, what are Labour planning in terms of their repeal?
The intention of the Legacy Act was to help the whole of the community in Northern Ireland draw a line under an incredibly difficult episode in the history of the province, whilst also providing protection for those veterans who had served there. It took 18 months of very detailed debate to get the legislation onto the statute book. Labour are now proposing to rip up that act and bringing some new legislation of their own, as yet unspecified. But more immediately, they're also using a device called a remedial order, which is a device under our old friend the Human Rights Act, which has two practical effects. One, it would restart what we call the conveyor belt of inquests and civil cases, often instigated by Sinn Féin in order to pursue our veterans through the courts and to try and rewrite history. The second thing the remedial order would do, incredibly, is it would permit Gerry Adams to sue the British taxpayer for compensation. This remedial order could now be voted on before Christmas. So there is an absolute immediacy to this issue, and as James has said, we will fight this. These men defended us. We in Parliament will strain every sinew to defend them with your support.
And Paul, what I think would, for many people hearing about this for the first time, what would make them so incredulous is that it's self-evident that we face a much higher level of military threat than this country has faced for many years, certainly since the Cold War. What is the potential impact of this step in terms of morale and those who serve today?
Well, it's already happening now, in actual fact. There's a lot of the veterans that I speak to that come on our protests, and They have sons, daughters that want to join the military. They want to follow in their parents' footsteps. And they've been telling them, don't do it, because you'll end up like soldier that are in the dock at the moment, and also Dennis Hutchins and all the others. And there are lots waiting in the sideline behind if this legislation and the changes that Hilary Benn and the Labour Party are going to make, you'll see a whole conveyor belt of them. And the only people that are going to make money out of this are the legacy lawyers in Northern Ireland. Many of them have links to Sinn Féin IRA.
Shocking.
It is shocking.
And in terms of your comrades, all the other veterans, how do they feel seeing this happening? You know, as I said earlier, we'd drawn a line under this. They could sleep soundly in their beds at night. What will it mean for your colleagues?
Well, we supported the Legacy Act and ICRA. We thought it was going to do what it should and said it was going to do, pretty much like it said on the tin, really, provide protection for veterans, not just veterans, but other people that were victims of terrorism. So when this government came in and they decided to repeal all the bits that are protecting us, they were absolutely outraged. And they're actually sinking into pits of despair. But like me, there's many. We will not let this lie. We have a saying in the now veteran community: if they won't listen, we will shout louder, and we will keep shouting louder, as loud as we damn well can, until they stop this bloody nonsense.
And Mark, you spoke about how they will have our support. In terms of what's coming up next, so we've had an amazing performance on the petition. It's now over 207,000 signatures, which enabled a debate in Parliament. Brilliant support from certain sections of the media, from the public. We've raised it as much as we can in Parliament. You've, I think, questioned on it every single time at defence orals. MPs like Ian Duncan-Smith, David Davis have raised it from the back benches. What happens next, and what can everyone here do to support this brilliant cause?
Well, many of the soldiers who served in Northern Ireland were recruited back in the 70s and 80s from what we would now call Red Wall constituencies, from Bury to Blackburn and Bolton to Burnley. Many of those now are represented, temporarily I hope, by Labour members of Parliament. Are those Labour backbenchers, having been whipped by Starmer to vote for cuts to winter fuel and then cuts to disability benefits, are they really going to go through the lobbies of the House of Commons and vote for those people who come from their seats to be reopened to prosecution, often at the hands of Sinn Féin? What self-respecting Labour MP will vote for that and then go back to their constituency on a Friday and look those people and their descendants and their families in the eye? So we have to make sure that we call out what Labour are up to and call on every Labour backbencher who puts the defence of the realm and of those who fought to uphold the rule of law above putting their knees down to the whips. That's what this boils down to.
And Paul, there are those who say, well, shouldn't we be drawing a line under history? And it feels to me that was the whole point of the Legacy Act. Whereas if we go down this road, it risks perhaps the thing that must hurt most of all, this sense of two-tier justice.
Oh, yeah, definitely two-tier. You have, for instance, under the Labour government, they gave terrorists, hundreds of them, what they call comfort letters.
Yep.
Okay? Now, I've had conversations with Hilary Benn recently as 2 weeks ago, and I asked him, if these comfort letters are not worth the paper they're written on, why don't you rescind them? I mean, why wouldn't you? But he prevaricates and comes out with all sorts of things. So I would say to him, if they're not worth anything, bloody well rescind them, because they're not worth anything, so you say.
And just on this point about the impact today, I remember several months ago when Labour first started talking about the so-called coalition of the willing, the possibility of sending the armed forces to Ukraine in the event of a ceasefire. I was with a veteran in my constituency, someone who served in the Falklands and on Operation Banner. And he said to me, well, it's funny, James, just remember, they told us Northern Ireland was a peacekeeping mission. Yeah. And so what does it say to those who might be thinking of going out to Ukraine when they discover that when they go on a peacekeeping mission like you did in Northern Ireland, that many, many years later, they might get that knock on the door?
Yep, it's unconscionable. We went out there, we were told it was an internal security situation. In actual fact, it was a war. Let's call it what it was. It was a war. You had an army of IRA people, and there was loyalist terrorists as well, and we were piggy in the middle. Mm-hmm. You know, we were getting attacked by both sides. And we brought about the peace. The IRA was defeated militarily. So we gave them some rope, and now they're brought lawfare to us. And if they couldn't win on the ground, but it seems to me like they're winning with lawfare. You know, and that is just not, that is not right.
And I give you my word, from our party, we will do everything to fight for you, but above all, to thank you for your service and all our veterans in Northern Ireland.
Thank you.
Thank you. Conference, you've heard firsthand the sheer strength of feeling from our veterans. All of us struggle to understand how a government could be enabling the persecution of our former soldiers when the military threat we face is so stark. So why is this happening? Well, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Hilary Benn, has been crystal clear why he is scrapping our Legacy Act, and I quote exactly what he said: because the legislation is incompatible with our obligations under the European Convention on Human Rights. Now, I'm someone who has always recognised that the ECHR was set up for good reason in the aftermath of the tragedy of the Second World War. But as Shadow Defence Secretary, it's become blindingly clear to me that the ECHR totally undermines our ability to deter the renewed threat of war that we face today. The most basic duty of government is defence of the realm. But no government can discharge that duty if the rule of an international court overrides our sovereign right to defend this nation. Because it's not just our Legacy Act that's at risk. It's not just veterans. Lord Wolfson warns that there is even a threat that our 2021 laws, which protect UK forces on overseas operations, could be struck down if we stay in the ECHR. What would that mean for today's soldiers if they are sent peacekeeping in Ukraine? The thought is chilling. I therefore wholeheartedly support Lord Wolfson's conclusion that remaining in the ECHR makes it impossible to fully protect our veterans and service personnel from the threat of vexatious claims. This would be... Thank you. Because this would be serious at the best of times. But with the military threat as intense as it is, this is simply unacceptable. Conference, Kemi has taken the crucial decision to commit a future Conservative government to leave the ECHR. Knowing that we will not be bound by its strictures, I can give you this guarantee. If new laws are required to give legal certainty on overseas operations, we will pass those laws. If Labour repeal our Legacy Act, we will legislate to restore full legal protection for our veterans. Whatever it takes, you have my word, we will protect those who protected us. Thank you.
принято решение о проведении специальной военной операции.
Russian President Vladimir Putin authorized a special military operation in Ukraine's Donbass region and told the Ukrainian military to lay down their weapons and go home.
Ukrainians are offering a fierce defense of their families and their country. I am proud that Britain did everything within our power to help Ukraine prepare for this onslaught, and we will do our utmost to offer more help as our brave friends defend their homeland.
Fundamentally, if we don't stop Putin in Ukraine, he will be back for more.
And we have to remember that President Zelensky is a hero. He is the person who represents that strength and resilience of the Ukrainian people.
Right from the start of creating safer routes that enabled Ukrainians to come to our country, from the work of the Ministry of Defence under Ben Wallace at the time, to being one of the first countries to provide and supply weapons and key capabilities to train Ukrainian troops in our own country, and to sign that security cooperation agreement, to announce the multi-million and multi-billion funding package as well. And the then Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, flew the flag for Ukraine across the world, making that case, and also imposing sanctions on Russia, persuading others of their commitment to Ukraine. We must ensure we continue to stand shoulder to shoulder on the side of freedom. Slava Ukraini.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Priti Patel.
Good afternoon, Conference. Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine shocked us all, and Russia's efforts to obtain the territory of a sovereign European state has undermined peace in Europe and the established international order. Europe and the world has entered a new and dangerous chapter in our history. The outcome of the war will shape the future of the whole of Europe. Our Conservative Party, when in government, recognised the threats that Putin posed, and we stood with Ukraine in its hour of need. As Russian troops closed in on the border in the weeks beforehand, we were the ones that took action to prepare. And as Home Secretary at the time, I remember getting the call that day when Ukraine's borders were violated. Now, the response from our government was unyielding. The whole machinery of government worked towards giving Ukraine everything it needed to hold off Putin's forces and defend its sovereignty and existence. Putin thought they would capitulate and he'd win in days. 3 years on, Ukraine is still fighting, and with the UK, we stand with them. The way the Ukrainian people have fought for what is rightfully theirs, in the face of such barbarity and savagery that many of us thought was consigned to a bygone era, will go down in the records of history. We must ensure that Russia's defeat goes down in history too. Because the picture from the front line is beyond the worst nightmares of any of us sitting in this conference hall here today. The rise of the axis of authoritarian states that hates the West and all our freedoms is the threat of our times. And with tens of thousands of North Korean soldiers, Chinese soldiers, and weapons from Iran, this is not only about the territory of a sovereign country, it's a battle for all our values and our freedoms. For we as Conservatives have always recognised that the front line in Ukraine is the front line for Western values, and that we believe in and champion in and will continue to defend. So, Conference, it is my honour today to open and chair this session called The Frontline from Ukraine, with two very distinguished contributors to discuss the war and the lessons learned from it, including the lessons from the front line, and why, importantly, we must continue to defend Ukraine. So please join me in welcoming, it's an honour to introduce Major Pavlo from the Armed Forces of Ukraine, who is working on Operation Interflex, which trains Ukrainian recruits on British soil to make them combat ready. And this, of course, was established by the Conservative Party in government and has now trained over 50,000 Ukrainians and is supported of many of our allies. Pavlo, please welcome. And I'd like you... welcome Jack Lepresti, a good friend of us all, someone who served, obviously, as a dedicated Conservative MP for Filton and Bradley Slope from 2010 to 2024, and he's been on the front line in Ukraine, supporting Ukraine's fight for freedom since the general election as a volunteer. So, Jack, we are blessed to have you here today. It's an absolute honour to be with you today. It really is a privilege. Please welcome Jack as well. Thank you. Thank you. Go down next one. Thanks so much. Thank you, Jack. So, let me both begin by welcoming you both. We're all sitting in this comfortable conference hall. And of course, we all watch and have watched Ukraine, the battle for the last few years, really from the comfort of our TV studios, home and obviously from new studios as well. So can you, both of you, please provide a bit of an insight into the front line, first of all? And I think, Pavlo, if I may start with you, you've been involved in Operation Interflex, which has been an incredible operation, training over 50,000 Ukrainian soldiers. Just tell us exactly about their experiences, what they're confronting, what they're facing, and, you know, what Britain's role has been in actually sort of reinforcing everything that you've all been doing.
Thank you very much. I've been in Operation Interflex since January, and the contribution of the United Kingdom and other countries, because it is 13 countries involved in this process, is really crucial for us, and the quality of training as well. And the day on the front line feels lifetime for our soldiers. And it is cold, mud, exhaustion, but also it is brotherhood and determination. And yeah, Russians use a tactic when they send just waves of attack of Russians infantry without counting the lives. And it is something that we are facing with in the 21st centuries. And also we are trying to, and we are doing that, to increase the quality of training, to keep our soldiers alive.
So thank you for that. And of course, what is so extraordinary, we all remember the pictures in the early days, Putin's brutal war machine, the impact that was having, obviously, on troops on the front line, the awful weather and the terrible conditions. So, Jack, I have to say, I mean, honestly, it's a pleasure to be sitting next to you here today. It's great to see you. Just share a bit of your experience, because obviously life has changed for you since last year. When did you go, and what kind of training have you had to go out there and be on the front line?
Well, I went and signed my contract in mid-January. I went online and applied in November, so it took a couple of months to do the background checks, all the normal process and administration. And yeah, I had a bit of training when I was there, but I wanted initially to be deployed as a rifleman, but a friend of mine from the Ukrainian embassy said that they'd much prefer to use my experience and skills, and believe it or not, diplomacy, which made me laugh. But, you know, foreign relations, procurement, media. But I've spent a bit of time on the front line, but we mustn't forget the nightly drone and missile attacks on our cities in Ukraine. I mean, I know. I always say to my parents, I go to the shelter. I don't all the time. So when I'm led there and I can hear the Shaheeds coming over, Iranian-made drones supplied by Iran and paid for by China, missile strikes, and I think, well, it's tough for me, but I've only been there for a few months. I mean, this has been going on for nearly 4 years. Only the other evening, 5 people were killed in Lviv, civilians, and that's about 30, 40 miles from the Polish border. So it's tough.
And just on this, because clearly on the front line, the psychological impact is really quite severe. Yeah. How do you all cope with this? And Pavlo in particular, with your soldiers, the people that you're with on a daily basis, how do you support one another through a lot of this difficulty? And of course, I have seen many videos of Jack doing news reports and things of that nature. The level of technology that you're all using now is so sophisticated, and clearly this has to help in terms of, you know, being on the front line in the battle that you're all facing.
Yes, totally agree with you. We started to use lots of drones to use them as machine, not soldier's life, to accomplish different tasks. Also, we've got like hard shoulder from our families back home. Right. They really support us, and especially when we see the news when Russia bombs our buildings, cities, hospitals, schools, and we feel that we have to standing strong and keep our job to make sure that they are safe.
And Jack, how have you found that?
Well, I find the spirit of the Ukrainian soldier, who's been in many cases on the front line for years, just astonishing.
Yeah.
You know, despite all the difficulty and hardship, you know, they're defending their homeland. And as you said, I heard you when I was just waiting. You know, this is our war. It's Europe's war, and they're aware of that. And you know, the bravery and resilience is just astonishing, frankly.
And I think that really speaks to us as a party, the fact that we've been out there from the outset, you know, supporting, defending Ukraine, because it is about our shared values and our freedom. But the level of heroism that we have seen, the resilience of the people of Ukraine has been absolutely astounding. And that gives us all heart. And I have to ask both of you, I mean, from a political perspective, here we are sitting in Manchester. We've seen this conflict going on, but do you think we just all became very complacent about Russia over recent years? And now, of course, this is the threat of our times. And this wakes us all up now, whether it's now through NATO or neighbouring countries. We must all make sure that we become more resilient and we learn from these terrible experiences that you're seeing in Ukraine.
Yeah, all of us must understand that Putin's understand not words, but force. And as we can see, he uses hybrid warfare now.
Yes.
And like energy, disinformation, cyber attacks. And for him, chaos is a weapon. And he's not testing, he's already doing this stuff. And we have to understand that and do our stuff better, yeah.
I mean, it's so interesting, isn't it, when you think about countries such as Moldova and Georgia, the fact that their elections are being disrupted, there's hybrid warfare taking place. We know about this and we see it ourselves, but of course it's how we draw that influence together and work with other countries to stop that influence, because they are sowing the seeds of chaos effectively. And Jack, you're seeing that all the time.
Well, I was just going to say, actually, that the Ukrainians are very aware of the support they have here in the UK, and they're very grateful of it. And every time I get in a taxi or I speak to somebody and they realise I'm English, they say, English, Boris Johnson, fantastic. You know, they really do see him as the saviour of Ukraine.
He was on the video earlier as well, right, for good reason.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know. And when I say I know him, they're like even more shocked, you know. But
there's a serious point to this, though, isn't there?
Well,
in the strength that we gave
and
everything we
did.
did.
Whilst I think, you know, it's amazing what the Ukrainians are doing as far as holding the line. The lines on the map haven't really moved much in a couple of years. And in fact, recently, the Ukrainians, the Azov Brigade in particular, have managed to push the Russians back from a couple of places they were quite keen to take. Ukraine can still lose this war. You know, if Europe doesn't step up with production and supply and support, you can see the Russians grinding out a victory, or at least a settlement, which is completely unsatisfactory and will allow Putin to come back again and have another go.
Well, this is a crucial thing now, and this is a nice segue to my next sort of range of questions for you, because this is all about the resourcing now. What do you need? Because I mentioned the North Korean troops, obviously, the Chinese soldiers, the Iranian drones. We know exactly the type of warfare and that axis of other countries that are now sucked into this for Russia and by Russia. So for the front line, just describe, you know, what you are using now, where you feel you need the support. We hear so much about drone technology, drone production, and clearly, you know, we want to give every support to Ukraine on this, but where do you feel more could be done in this area?
Yeah, our needs doesn't change, and we still need air defense to protect our cities, our hospitals. Also, we need long-range missiles to strike in Russia territory, because they feel the pain only on their territory, and it works really well. Especially when we're targeting not civilian but military objects. Also, on diplomacy level, it is more pressure and sanctions work as well. And as you mentioned, drones are crucial. And right now we've got like up to 70% casualties from both sides caused by drones. So drones are really critical for us.
And Jack, just on this, I mean, we've already heard Pavlo speak about more pressure. That's your territory of diplomacy. And I was in Warsaw last week at the security conference, and it was just extraordinary to hear, obviously, the strength of support, which we completely back and support all of that, but just that real plea, please come and help. You know, put your money where your mouth is and absolutely step up. And of course, I was in Warsaw, where 3 weeks prior to that, you know, the drones had come into Poland, and we've seen Estonia under threat, we've seen Denmark, other European countries. Russia, or Putin, he's testing NATO right now as well, which absolutely sends a big signal out to all of us that we've now really got to speak with one voice, be united, because he is trying to cause a lot of chaos and confusion amongst us all.
Well, he's been telling us for years what he wants to do, which is the restoration of the Russian Empire.
Exactly.
And we all know this is, in his mind, a first step. But I would say that air defence is absolutely crucial. The missiles are starting to get through. Technology is changing so quickly. If we find a way of knocking stuff out, they'll find a way of it getting through. So we need to protect our civilians and our cities with air defence. And it also has to be said that we need people. And I think the government should be a bit more positive about volunteers. You know, in my view, if you've got military experience and you're a veteran and you want to go and help in Ukraine, you should be encouraged to do so, because we are starting to get really stretched for manpower. So that's something which is quite
And that's quite clear, isn't it, on the fact that Russia's actually using North Korean troops, and that speaks volumes, it really does. Yeah. So, sadly, we're going to be heading into the colder weather, obviously, with winter coming and all the rest of it. So, Pavlo, just tell us, what are the type of preparations you and your teams, your battalions have to start making? Because clearly, on the front line, we know about the boundaries, the territorial lines, the sovereignty, the territories that you are defending. But, of course, as the weather changes, your tradecraft, everything else has to evolve too.
Yeah, of course. For example, here in Interflex, we've got equipment for our soldiers, and they could take it with them back. And the first of all, it is like warm clothes, which are like basic stuff for the winter period. But also, it is more about, I would say, not keep them so for long on the front line.
Sure.
Just probably more often change them, you know, make some kind of rotation for them to feel good and
which is, we need more people for that, really, don't we?
And
can I just say what's really important with the winter coming is the protection of critical infrastructure, like power generation and all the rest of it, because you can see now they're beginning to build up attacks on power stations and electricity and all that stuff to try and make life as difficult as possible.
And what about that, just on resilience? Because this is also about the Ukrainian people.
It goes back to air defence.
Yes.
It goes back to being able to protect this vital energy assets, really.
And can I just ask you, on this front as well, looking ahead now, because there's always a lot of talk and discussions, you may not want to say too much about this, about, you know, ending this conflict. as well as getting all the resources and money into this conflict for Ukraine to become successful and to carry on. Where do you see this? What do you hear about this on the front line? Because obviously in different parts of the world, you hear the diplomats, you hear world leaders speak about Ukraine. Does that feel really a long way off from what you are doing on the front line?
I would say our soldiers are not tracking on the priority list what is happening far away from the front line. They just keep fighting, and they relay this kind of job to our diplomacy.
Every Ukrainian soldier I speak to doesn't want to concede an inch of ground to Russia.
Right. Exactly.
Right. And they will fight to the bitter end, if need be, with everything they have.
And that's the most extraordinary thing. I mean, all the Ukrainians I have come across, even in the military, in different forums, everyone is crystal clear. And the most significant thing about all of this, if I may say so, is it comes back to, we thought when the Cold War ended, this is the crucial thing, when the Cold War ended, there would be peace across Europe, more economic prosperity and security. And here we are, almost winding the clock back. And this is why this is such an important conflict. It is devastating for Ukraine and the people of Ukraine, and the heroism that we see is really so remarkable. But fundamentally, it is the shared values that we are all fighting
And if Europe doesn't start to produce and supply and support, Ukraine will lose.
Which we cannot allow to happen.
Which we cannot let happen.
We absolutely cannot allow that to happen. Would you like to make any closing remarks? Because we feel so privileged and blessed to have you both here today. It is a real privilege for our conference to hear from both of you from the front line. You know, this is really almost like the chance to basically, we know you want more support, resources, etc. But this is, to me, I think, just such a strong case to make. We stand tall together, stand shoulder to shoulder, and we fight for our values.
Yeah, just one. In the end of the day, I'm doing that as well. Just think about, did I do as much as I could? Or I could maybe do more? Not only for Ukraine, but also for your country as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Well, it always moves me to see how much support and affection there is for Britain in Ukraine. I mean, they appreciate what we've done and what we are doing, and they see us pretty much as their strongest ally and friend. And I will go back and say I'm always moved by the support I get personally from people in the street, people buy me drinks, you know, all the rest of it back in the constituency. And, you know, I will go back and say that the UK is still 100% plus behind Ukraine, and we're going to be with them to the end.
No, well,
to the victory.
Well, absolutely. And I just want to say a tremendous thank you to both of you. It's an absolute honour and privilege to have you both with us today. There is a really fundamental message here, folks, there really is, which is Ukraine is fighting for us all. And we know that we cannot concede at all. And it's not just Ukraine, it's the West, it's our values. And for wherever I go in the world as well, we're constantly taking this message, even across the Atlantic, that we are fighting for shared values, Western values, against, quite frankly, that axis of authoritarianism that hates the West, undermines our values, undermines the rule of law, undermines our institutions, and we cannot allow that to happen. Right. And as a Conservative Party, we are so, so proud to stand with Ukraine. You saw the video earlier on today, folks. I mean, that said it all. From the outset, the leadership we gave and our country gave to the people of Ukraine was first class, and we are here to stand with you shoulder to shoulder. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It's been an absolute pleasure. It really has. Thank you. Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Trevor Phillips.
You're doing a loop-to-loop of some sort.
Sorry? Sorry?
Chat show host.
Please walk quickly. Those who are here for this extremely important session, let's get into it. I suspect that half of you are wondering, what the hell's he doing here? And that's a half of you who get up on Sunday morning. Why do they let him in here? We'll explain that in a second. The other half of you are wondering, they said, oh, Trevor off the telly, but isn't he looking good for a man in his 80s? And he doesn't sound anything like he did when he did the news at 10. We don't need to mix them up, but we are going to talk foreign affairs. I'm here to be traffic cop for our two important speakers, and for the next 20-25 minutes, we're going to take a tour of the world. So without any more nonsense from me, let me welcome your Shadow Foreign Secretary, Priti Patel, and the former Prime Minister of Australia, Tony Abbott. Right, let's get into it. When I started in television, there were two topics absolutely guaranteed to make people turn off the telly. One was Northern Ireland, and the other one was anything foreign. But today, we're leading the news with foreign stories. Ukraine, the session you've just done, compelling. And, of course, the Middle East. And it clearly has an impact not just there, but here. Same for Australia, I think. Do you both agree that there's been a change? And can you explain what's happened? Priti, do you want to start?
Well, first of all, Trevor, thank you for this opportunity. And of course, I've seen Tony come onto your programme when there is something going on that has a domestic read-over in foreign affairs. And I think that's the point. There is so much that now goes on in the world that has implications domestically. It's partly down to this global age of insecurity that we live in. Look at the Middle East, how that Middle East conflict is manifesting itself on the streets of our own country, which is tragic. Absolutely tragic. And then, of course, some of the wider issues that we, see constantly. Ukraine is one of them. But China, look at China. The impact we're reading in our newspapers, even today still, about a spy case in our own country. I was Home Secretary at the time when we had Chinese spies in Whitehall, for example. So it does have domestic implications and read across when it comes to our own national security and some of these big issues that really challenge us all, including, for example, the cyberspace and some of these terrible cyber attacks that, we read about and we get affected by and all those types of things.
Tony?
Well, it's different and it's much more dangerous. There is an axis of autocracy which is challenging the West. You've got the militarist dictatorship in Moscow, the Islamist dictatorship in Tehran, and you've got the communist dictatorship in Beijing. Sure, there are differences between them, but they are united in a hatred of the West and a desire to see the dominant Western paradigm swept away forever. So we need to wake up to the challenges that we face. Frankly, I think that all of us have been far too complacent. We haven't helped Ukraine to win. We've just helped them not to lose. The fact that countries like Britain don't actually have the ability to provide their own guidance systems for the missiles and are dependent, therefore, on the United States. I don't think nearly enough planning is being done at the military level to respond to what I think is the all but inevitable Beijing blockade, air and sea blockade at some point of Taiwan. We need to understand that the post-Cold War world has been replaced by a new Cold War, which is potentially far more dangerous than the old one, because Beijing is a much more serious challenger in the long run than Moscow ever was.
Well, let's take up that point, Tony. The axis, Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, authoritarian and so on, against what we used to call the West. There is a battle of ideas for which way of life is better, more likely to produce growth and prosperity. We aren't winning that war, are we?
No, we're not. And yet no one who sees, for argument's sake, gay people tossed off buildings in Gaza and elsewhere, or who sees the social credit system oppressing the people of China and the Uyghurs in particular, no one could think, surely, that a world in the image of Beijing is going to be an improvement on the world in the image of Britain and America, which we've largely been working towards for the last century and a half.
Preeti, do you think that we have done enough? There are people who would say that, frankly, you know, our governments, including the one which you were part for 14 years, really haven't fought enough to explain why Western democracies are better. And, for example, we've cozied up to China.
So look, I think
remember the golden era of Osborne and Cameron.
I understand all that. I completely understand that. I think, look, that's absolutely correct. Now, as I just said, we are living in a totally different world, and it's taken the Ukraine conflict to really demonstrate the extent to which we've seen these advancements. Look at China. China's economy is not based on open markets, free trade, proper skills and all this. They use slave labor, for example. Look at the persecution of people, the Uyghurs, everything that's taken place in China. And while we learn more and more about this, it's pretty obvious that not only do we have to confront this, but we have to invest in our own countries and adopt a totally different posture. And coming back to your opening question as well about the international read over into the domestic realm, well, defence, this stuff costs more money, and we are going to have to use, more taxpayers' pounds to defend our country, invest in our skills, make sure that we have greater technological capabilities, because we cannot be dependent on China. And I was in government when the whole 5G debate came about, and actually it was Australia, it was my colleagues in Australia that stood with us and even said, do not go down that route. And of course we ended up going down that route, and then we unwound that route after all. And then that was a real reflection that, guess what, even our Five Eyes partners did not have the level of technology needed to counteract Huawei, 5G, etc. And we've got to change that.
A big issue, of course, that positions this country is who are our friends. And I want to put an interesting case to you, and it's critical to the Indo-Pacific region. I know you've been concerned about, Tony. Mr. Modi's administration in India has lifted tens of millions, probably hundreds of millions, out of poverty. Nobody can argue about that. But has it been at the price of liberty and freedom?
The short answer is no. No one who visits India would think that this is a country that doesn't have free and fair elections, doesn't have a riotously free media, doesn't have a robustly independent judiciary. Sure, Modi is described often enough as a Hindu nationalist, but really I think what he is an Indian patriot, and that means having obviously respect for the Hindu traditions of the country. So, look, I think
that isn't quite how he'd be described if you're a Muslim in India.
Well, I think Muslims in India would probably have at least as many civil rights as Muslims in Pakistan, certainly far more civil rights than Muslims in many parts of the Middle East. India remains, as I said, a country under the rule of law. It is a robustly independent judiciary. I think Modi gets the bad press that Orban gets in Hungary because he doesn't fit the Western zeitgeist's ideal of what a third world leader should be.
Preeti?
So I find this really interesting for quite obvious reasons. Look, I think we should really celebrate India's success. I really do. And, look at the fact that there is now a trade agreement that started off, negotiated under the last Conservative government because of Brexit. We're transforming our own relationship with India. And, I think Prime Minister Modi, he puts his country first. And he has been a hugely successful Prime Minister for India. Just look at his own standing in the world compared to, previous Indian leaders, prime ministers, when I appreciate the world is very different, but he has changed India's outlook, perception, foreign policy, economic outlook. They make all sorts of things. They manufacture all sorts of things. They've got a great skills base. And that is because he has put India first, because he wanted to put India on the map. Now, I think that's commendable. It is inevitable that there'll be some aspects of not just Indian media, but global media that will criticise him for various policies, in the same way that all our governments have criticised for various policies, whether international or domestic. But I absolutely think, you know, from a UK perspective, and I say this as the person that wants to be the Foreign Secretary, a Conservative Foreign Secretary for our great country, we have to have better, stronger collaboration and closer ties with India. It's a Commonwealth country, one of the largest, well, it's the largest democracy in the world. We want to be a very strategic partner and ally with them.
All right, well, and don't forget, Trevor, the Quad. Now, the Quad is a very significant geopolitical development. The Quad unites the four Indo-Pacific democracies, the United States, India, Japan, and Australia. That would not have happened but for A, Shinzo Abe, a very determined Asian leader, and B, Narendra Modi, not letting sort of pre-independence era hang-ups contaminate a sensible foreign policy for India.
Well, you happily take me on to the fourth member of the Quad. Should we be worried about America's posture under President Trump?
I think that on balance, President Trump is doing a great deal of good. I think bombing the Iranian nuclear facilities was absolutely right. Managing to construct... And frankly, I just wish Britain had the air power to join in and help.
You tell me about it. We were exactly challenging Labour on this.
But I think bullying, if you like, the European allies to increase their spending on defence, absolutely right. Realising that Beijing is a really serious geopolitical challenge to the United States and the democracies more generally, I think Trump has done a great job there. Now, look, I would certainly quibble about the mockery of Canada as the 51st state. I think it was a mistake to put penalty tariffs onto India because India is taking Russian oil without putting even bigger penalty tariffs onto Beijing. But on balance,
what about the tariffs on us?
On balance, Trump is a very good thing. Well, I think you've got 10%, Trevor, which is what we've got, which is the lowest rate. But look, Trump's speech at Windsor Palace, where he talked about the glorious contribution that Britain has made to the modern world, mentioning the Empire and Tolkien and C.S. Lewis and all of these people. I mean, what a wonderful tonic. I mean, you Britons must have felt proud of yourselves to be encouraged and praised like that by the leader of the free world.
Sadly, Tony, if we could deploy the King to discipline the American president every day, life would be very different.
And the one time we can be confident that President Trump has heard of AUKUS was when the King actually mentioned it to him.
Exactly. but on top of this, though, it's a nice thing to have our history valued and praised, because we have a government in this country that constantly want to rewrite our history and denude our history, and we should stand up for it with a great deal of pride. And on America, I have to say, I welcome the challenge from President Trump to us all, because we live in serious and dangerous times, and it's a really big point now. It's a turning point for all of us to basically say we need to get a grip of ourselves when it comes to investment in our defence and our security. I don't like tariffs. We believe in free markets. We want more free trade. But, you know, it's a tool that is being used, rightly or wrongly. Even so, he is challenging our institutions, you know, saying that we need to contribute more, calling for reform of even institutions like the United Nations, and I actually welcome that because I tried to do that previously in DFID. We cannot keep on putting our money into institutions that are not given the value that we need. And, you know, I absolutely believe that when Britain contributes, first of all, we're a country, not a charity. We absolutely must make sure that we follow money, people, outcomes, and we can't just write cheques anymore. And this is what Trump is basically telling the rest of the world.
Trump's speech to the United Nations, I thought, was absolutely electrifying. Now, there were the usual bits of Trump braggadocio, but his essential point that we are committing economic self-harm with the energy insanity. We are committing societal self-harm with mass immigration that isn't coupled with a very strong civic patriotism. I think these were essential points that really need to be taken seriously and properly assimilated by the whole Western world, but particularly by the Anglosphere.
Let's talk about immigration. We have a few minutes left, and as it happened, all three of us are descended from immigrants. You went the wrong way, but you know, you've become an associate member of a good nation. What can we learn from Operation Sovereign Borders?
Yeah, what we can learn is that it is possible to stop a wave of illegal migration by boat if you have sufficient will. Now, France is a different jumping off point to Indonesia, and you'd have to deal with France slightly differently to the way you would deal with Indonesia. But you start off with the clear understanding that any country which effectively facilitates illegal migration into yours is guilty of an unfriendly act. And you have a right as a sovereign nation, to protect yourself against what is, in effect, a peaceful invasion. So whether it's bringing back the Rwanda possibility or possibly establishing processing centres in British dependent territories like Ascension Island or somewhere like that, as opposed to putting people up in nice hotels in nice towns in Britain, whether it's holding people in a mothership on the English Channel and then putting them in unsinkable life rafts with just enough fuel to get back to France in the middle of the night, as we did with Java, or whether it's conducting very vigorous mafia-busting operations in northern France. I mean, Britain has to get serious about this, and it is going to involve deeply upsetting the French, but hey, Britain has had a lot of experience in that department, and it needs to happen again.
I've also done that too.
Tony Abbott fires the starting gun on another 100 years war.
No, but look, I think, Trevor, I mean, I spent some time speaking to Tony quite a bit when I was Home Secretary about Operation Sovereign Borders, because we drafted our legislation. It was the National Anti-Borders Act, as it now is, based on many of the elements that Tony put forward in Australia. We looked at pushbacks and turnbacks, you know, in the Channel. We even tried that with the Navy. But fundamentally, and this is the most important thing, it's about having a deterrent. That deterrent effect is absolutely crucial. And of course, we've got a government now that's just completely torn all that up. And earlier on today, I was with one of my former counterparts from Greece, the former Interior Minister from Greece, where Greece also had a very successful model through detention and reception centres, but also being incredibly firm that, you know, you come to the country illegally, you have no legal status to be there, we'll process your claim, but, you know, you'll be removed to a third country. And do not forget right now, the Rwanda scheme is something that has been picked up by guess which country? The United States of America and President Trump. And by the way, the EU, despite all their criticisms of our original plan on Rwanda, they've been sending people to Rwanda through the European transfer mechanism. So it can be done, and it should be done, and it's a very powerful deterrent.
I do want to make this point. I do want to make this point. Not a single one of the people coming across the Channel are, I think, genuine refugees, because all of them have passed through several safe countries before they have sought the ultimate destination.
If it was Sunday morning, I could challenge you on all of that. But before we end, there's something I need to ask you, Tony, I think, because of where we are. An election's probably 3 years away. What advice would you give the shadow Foreign Secretary as to how to prepare herself for the possibility that she might become the Foreign Secretary? And what wider advice would you give to this party about how to conduct themselves in opposition? Because you guys have a lot of experience of that. Rather more than you wanted, I think.
Well, Pretty, look, I think you've got to look at the wider world and see where can Britain make a difference and be determined to actually do it. I think that's what the Foreign Secretary needs to be doing. As for oppositions, and I was arguably a very successful opposition leader, there's no point making weak compromises with a bad government. You've got to be a strong and clear alternative. Now, sure, there's no point pretending that you were perfect when you were last in government. I mean, no party has a God-given right to permanent existence. You've got to keep earning people's trust. But I've got to say that some of the announcements that have recently been made, getting out of the net zero straitjacket, which means that economic revitalisation and reindustrialisation can take place, getting out of the ECHR, which means that you won't have the lawfare stopping you from protecting your own borders. These are strong and important steps. And now the party can go out and campaign every day, relentlessly, saying to the British people, we will get your power bills down, we will keep the country safe, and frankly, I think this is the beginning of a great fight back, the great fight back that Britain needs.
Thank you, Ted.
And pretty lastly, how do you do all the things that Tony's just been talking about without looking like Reform Light?
No, I absolutely think that, you know, we have to demonstrate, first of all, winning back the trust of the British people is absolutely crucial. You can only do that by being serious and professional, showing that you have substance, that you're rolling your sleeves up and you're working hard because you care about the future of the country, and you've got the plans behind it. And you've heard, Trevor, you've heard this week already, you know, a series of policy announcements. We've got to be out there and not just campaign on them, which we'll absolutely do, but demonstrate why they're applicable to the country that we live in today and the future of our country, and how effectively we can be a good, sensible, experienced government serving the British people. We are dedicated and committed to doing that.
Occasionally, there will be a need to politely disagree with reform, but mostly the fight has got to be with the Green, left, cultural, Marxist Labor Party.
Okay, exactly.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think you have your marching orders. Please thank Priti Patel and Tony Abbott.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman of the National Conservative Conference,